what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Watch what you say, I'll shoot my guns, 50 shots still, turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Watch what you say, I'll shoot my guns, 50 shots still, turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Watch what you say, I'll shoot my guns, 50 shots still, turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord.
So the cats who running their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we're here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend, hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to
cats who run in their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Lunch and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham, the Stampede.
DJ Ham, the Stamp.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord.
So the cats who run in their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Lunch and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham, the Stampede.
DJ Ham, the Stamp.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
DJ Henderson Pee Wee in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stamp.
DJ Ham the Stamp.
On this POV, we here. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Lauren, what's popping?
Hello.
How's everything?
It's great.
How was your day and all that?
It was amazing.
Yeah, tell us why.
Because it took an hour to do my hair, so I'm still upset about that.
Is that right? Is that normal?
Probably not for other human beings.
Yeah, for women? No?
No.
Did you get it? Did you succeed?
No.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Well, you look nice, so you good.
Gracias.
I don't like when people that can't speak Spanish speak Spanish. Jay, what's popping?
Hey, what's up?
How's everything? You look very
Good.
What's that? What was that? I seen a big ass dude. He was saying very demure, very something.
Thank you.
Very demure, very on purpose, very much not giving too much.
Yeah.
Very much
Where you coming from?
Demure.
Dinner.
Is that right? By yourself?
No, not by myself.
Who you went with?
A person.
The person have a penis or a vagina?
Biologically, he has a penis. Yeah. A man. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay. You like him?
He's good so far.
Yeah. Okay. What's up? Tiff, what's popping?
Perfect.
Hey, how are y'all? How are you?
You doing the right thing. How you?
I'll be better when my cats are better. My kitty.
How many cats you have?
I have 2.
You like cats like that?
Love them.
Why?
I will always fight them. They're loyal and they're kind of independent and they have really different kind of personalities and they don't just lay around. Like cats can play catch and all kind of stuff. So we play and we vibe, me and my babies. You and River.
Cats play catch?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought cats like don't love. I thought they like crocodiles.
Depends on the cat, just like dogs.
We have Russian, so they're good. They're very well.
I heard cats turn on you and all that. No?
No. If you die, they might eat you, but I mean, at this point, you're dead.
Wow.
Not a pet I would prefer. Victor Malignant said cats stand on big business. That sounds crazy.
Shit like that.
That's
shit
what's
like
up.
that.
Callie was popping.
Hey, Lo.
What's goody? How you?
I'm good. You know, had a little joining session where I was the topic of discussion amongst my my middle son and my husband. It was quite comical. It's all good.
What'd they say about you?
Said I was light skinned.
You feel some type of way?
Yeah, because I'm not light skinned. He's trying to be funny.
I think you may be light skinned.
No, I'm not light skinned.
Are you in denial?
No.
A little bit.
Not
Would you want to?
Not a bit.
Would you want to be darker?
No, I like my color. I just think that I'm brown. I'm not light skinned.
Okay. What made them call you light skinned? Seeing as how they see you every day, they have to know something.
Okay. Well, okay. So my husband, his girlfriend sent him a picture of them at prom, right? So he was showing me and the 14-year-old, my middle son. And he was like, "Oh, that's your type, Daddy? That's your type?" And I was like, "Yeah, Daddy's type is light skin with long hair. And he gonna do like this."
So all right then. So he got a point. He know what he likes.
Yeah, but that ain't me.
Okay. Well, salute.
Shit like
You know,
that.
as you
shit
get
like
older,
that,
denial
shit like
becomes
that,
more
shit
and
like
more.
that.
So that's what's up. Nay, what's popping?
Hey, how everybody doing tonight?
How you? What's that in your hand?
Nothing.
You doing drugs?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. What's popping? How was working all that?
It was all right.
It's all right. Yeah. How them white folks treat you? You need me to come down there, or you straight?
Definitely not white, but I'm good. My boss is a black man, actually.
Is that right? How he all right?
He dope.
Yeah. Okay. That's what's up, man. Salute. Salute to everybody in the chat. We got 144 people in the building. Let me check the likes real quick and let me make this introduction right here.
But I knew when we start kissing, I found love.
Yo, what's popping?
Hey, ladies, I miss y'all.
It's good. You got your mic in and all that?
Yes, I do. Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Turn me up. Turn my mic up. Put me in the booth. Turn my mic up.
Yeah, I think you good, man. What's good with you, man? We missed you. You all right?
I'm chilling. I just came from the gym. So this is gym realness you're getting right now.
Mm-hmm. You go to the gym with lipstick on?
I mean, I went straight. I had a meeting earlier, and then I went to the gym from the meeting, and you know.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Okay.
What's that?
You know they got peace on Tuesday.
That's at that cheap gym that y'all be paying that $10 for. They got pizza at that gym on Tuesdays.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. We happy you here, man. Let me say what's up to the chat, and we will get it popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We have 144 people in the building, and we have 70 likes.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
So, that's half. We need to get to at least 75%. Let me read the super chats first. Darius with the $5. What's poppin'? Says Jay ain't trying to tell you who it is because Buddy know he number 4 on the roster.
Wow.
Angry Man was popping. He said cats are jerks. That's a fact.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Okay, was popping. My brother with the $2 said keep doing great things. We got you for sure, my G. Let me see who else in the chat real quick. Mel was popping. You already know. Tiff was in the chat. Old dude was popping. Some dude was good. Hope all is well. Mo was popping. T Spell, salute. Big Bad Boy was good. The link is pinned to the weekend of fun, November 1st through the 3rd. Man, get your tickets. It still look like maybe like 5 early bird tickets available still. Victim Olympics was popping. Salute. Rock was good. D was popping. Quincy was good. Zagu in the building. I got Quincy already. Salute to Aaron. Dope vibe over there at the VIP lounge after the this afternoon show. Lee, what up? Hope all is well. You hit the link too, but I think you had to drop off, man. I was interested to get your perspective for this morning, man. It's all right though. Miss Jilly, salute. Jerice was popping. Ain't seen you in a minute, man. Hope all is well. True, salute, my G. Hope all is well, man. Let me see. And Eyes was popping. Robert, salute. Cool gamer in the building. Homeboy, Shalom, Ak. Hope all is well. Keep doing your thing in the Discord and the music stream. Homeboy be rocking, man. Black Seinfeld, salute. Regular Degla in the building. Black America was good. Let me see. Lauren was in the chat. Nate was in the chat. Let me see. Impress. Art was goody. Art be locked in, bro. Appreciate you. You heard? For sure, man. Shalom. Let me see. Israelite Beauty. Shalom. Let me see. I already got Black Seinfeld. Bartholomew, salute to you. O'Shea was popping. Mike Davis in the building. Salute, my G. Alexis, why you ain't come up here today? T was popping. You got to come back too. I've been saying her name wrong for a minute. So Sherelle corrected me, but I forget what the correction was.
Ashe.
That's what I've been saying. Asi or some shit.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You don't know your roots, how to speak the language?
He don't know accent marks.
He's so whack.
What language is that?
Swahili.
That ain't my roots, Negro. What's wrong with you? Isaiah was good. Baker Man, salute. Okay, we got Keeps 100. Onika Sue, what's popping? He be waiting for this show. D Savage, what up though? Mr. B was popping. Hope all is well, man. And man, what's good? Salute. Lady O in the building. Rainbow Kid.
Shit like that.
Andrew Joseph was popping. Hope all is well. Decay to 80 Alien was good. Perfect. Outcast really ain't that good, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Lawrence was popping. Taste ain't here for it. That's what's up. Romello, I ain't see you today. Hope all is well, man.
Shit like that.
Hood Things down south was popping. Call me Queen. O'Shea with the $2 says, her hair ain't long. What's so long? Andrew Joseph. O'Shea, your age showing. Aladdin was popping. Miss Live Your Life in the building. I like it. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit the like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Clips was good, my G. Hope all is well, man. I know I'm gonna see you in Houston for sure. Hey, did y'all get y'all tickets to Houston yet, or what?
You know it.
Let's do it, man.
I feel like you need to rearrange the panel.
What you
Love
mean?
is not supposed to be on the bottom.
Talk that talk, man. You better tell them. Better tell him, Fave.
Yeah.
You forgot.
Put him in the fuck.
Look at Joe. Joe, don't be negative, good brother. We haven't even started yet.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Everybody get their tickets, man. This might get rocky2.eventbrite.com. What is it? Bowling on Friday. We got a live podcast Friday. Bowling on Friday. We got the fights Saturday afternoon. We got a party Saturday night. Perfect. We're gonna see what's popping on Sunday. You heard?
Hang on, the live broadcast on Friday, is that like right before we go bowling, or is that gonna be like a regular afternoon show? Like
yeah, like how usually I start.
Okay.
Noon, maybe a little earlier, just so there's a little gap or something like that. You know what I mean?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
All right. So salute to sis.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
She be presenting topics and then don't show up.
I miss this so much. Is she watching? Is she in the audience in the chat? I miss this.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Let me try to call this nigga one time before I get started.
I'm gonna text her too. See if she answers me. Who should answer first? You or me?
Me. Me for sure. Nah, that's coffee, man. Let's live your life. It's coffee.
Yeah.
Nigga.
Me for sure. Yo.
You listening to the show and you not clicking a link? I can hear myself in the background. You dead ass?
Well, I'm straightening up. I gotta get prepared.
Yay, sisters come in.
What you gotta do? Like what's your preparation consist of?
I gotta straighten up. I got a new day tomorrow.
All right, hurry up. All right, sis on the way, man. Damn, Glow, what's up? VZ, what up? All right, man. So, did you guys see the Monday show? I'll give you a synopsis regardless. Essentially, the Monday show was regarding the male personality types. You've heard alpha, right? Beta, sigma, zeta, omega, and there's one more. There was 7 in the list that we went through. Delta. So me, Aaron, myself, and Mr. Fantastic kind of gave percentages upon which group the majority of men fall in. So we came up with 5% of men are alpha. There's a 1%. You guys understand what alpha is? Like the leader, strong, stubborn, etc. Right? Another characteristic that was kind of pulled out, Salute the Angry Man, was like more like almost like old school in thinking, right? Men don't cry, like that type of what people may characterize as toxic, right? Stubborn, selfish, what they want is what they get, etc., right? But the leadership, right? So jobs that fit the alpha were like CEO as an example, manager, things of that nature. Sigma essentially is an alpha that doesn't need all the outside attention or confirmation. So a sigma can typically do what an alpha can do, has the same characteristics, but it's to themselves, a little bit apathetic, and doesn't go through all the rigmarole that an alpha is going to do or need to be successful. So sigmas are like the mysterious type, I guess you would say, in terms of women are concerned. Now we said 5% of men are alpha, 1% are sigma, right? Beta is more of a loving, gentle, selfless, prepared for a relationship. They do things for others. So the information we use showed that betas were very communicative and great in terms of relationship and friend building, but they don't have those alpha characteristics. But because they're selfless, the assertion was that they're willing to do what it takes to make people around them happy. Delta was like the hardworking, loyal, task-oriented man. And so the majority of men typically fell within beta and delta, right? But that beta, the delta doesn't have the trait of like the gentle, which is a characteristic of a beta. But deltas are similar to beta, except for they don't have that gentle side, but they are very loyal. Zetas were like Prince, or Jimi Hendrix, like extremely talented in that way, but slightly careless in the same way. Gamma is like a party animal. Just to illustrate the point more quickly, Gatsby would be a gamma, if that makes sense. If you guys ever saw The Great Gatsby. And then the Omega is like almost, this is going to be slightly extreme, but just in terms of how he acted before he started doing the egregious shit, Jeffrey Dahmer. Like just that recluse, probably very intelligent, right? Before he started doing all the stuff, they have different interests, but they're pretty almost maybe incel, maybe fit there. Not to characterize all incels as such, but just to illustrate the point, right? So the least amount of men we said were alpha and sigma. The most amount of men generally end up in beta and delta. Everybody seemingly agreed, right? So as we progress through the panel, I asked a question: what are you to all the men? Do you know the whole panel was either alpha or sigma with the exception of one?
Of course.
So we did all this mathing.
Mm-hmm.
I got a chemical engineer, right? In Aaron. And I got damn near a chemical engineer or what kind of engineers when you work on like, because Mr. Fantastic worked on like the planes and engines and everything. That's what he's going to school with currently. Mechanical engineer, for 20 years in the Navy, right? These men aren't dumb men, especially when it comes to numbers. Mm-hmm. Although I asked them to help me with some math and they fucked it all up, but they was tired at that point. So it just confounded me, right? Because it's like all the men, I kicked myself off, love. I kicked myself off the panel. Because I couldn't because we came up with these numbers, low percentages, and then everybody on the panel was an alpha or a sigma. Sigma being
isn't that like all the women thinking they're 9s and 10s? And they're really, and you said before, call it the spores and whatnot. Isn't that kind of like the same thing?
Wow. That's actually an interesting analogy and correlation. Damn, is that what we did? And then, so this is what I asserted before we even did all that. Men will say sigma because it's like they don't present as an alpha, but they have the characteristics. Mm-hmm. But I looked at that as a scapegoat.
Yes, absolutely.
You probably a beta or a delta, right? Which is normal. But sigma's like this. Well, I don't need all the confirmation. I don't care about being a man. Well, nigga, you probably ain't the man.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I said. That was an assertion. That people say sigma because it's one of those things you can hide it. Right.
Right.
But damn, so when y'all say our 9s and 10s, we say we alphas and sigmas?
Yep.
Wow. I didn't draw that correlation at all. What do you guys think? Is she right? Cause I see Callie face, which is getting on my nerves, which I think.
Callie Ben said that, so.
She said that?
Long time ago.
Is it? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's a good analogy. Put a 2. UT here. He's shaking his head already. So put a 1 in the chat if you think that's a good analogy. When men say we alpha sigma, is that similar to when women say they 9s and 10s? That is actually great, Callie and Asia. That's great. All right. Victim limousines at Miss Livia. I only asked for 1. Y'all ain't had to.
They say yes.
Jesus Christ. Look at Aaron.
Perfect.
Man. So, okay. So why do we do that? Go ahead, love.
Because we'd like to think that, well, I'll answer your question. Because y'all like to think that you are something, right? That's the bravado of manhood. And you like to think that you're an alpha because you want to think that you're strong and you give direction, people listen to you, and when in reality you're not. And so that's just a part of, what you call it, it's called self-esteem, not we esteem. So they got that high self-esteem and thinking that they're alphas and people listen to them. And the stigmas are my favorite, because it's like, I don't need external validation. Well, then you're not. Well, do you? Are you sure about that? Because you kind of do, but you're using it in a way and saying, I don't need it, because you know you're not going to get it.
Jesus.
So
is that right?
Absolutely. It's real cute. I don't need anybody to tell me I'm an alpha. I run, I dance to the beat of my own drum. I'm my own man. I'm a loner. I don't need external validation. I'm strong within myself. I got high self-esteem. No, you just don't want to ask questions, and you don't really want that mirror put in front of you because you're scared of what's going to be in the reflection. But I get it. I mean, you want to think of yourself as more than what you are. It's part of being a man.
Damn. Jay, you smiling and all that.
She's not wrong.
Is she all the way right?
Yeah.
So you think the majority of us are what? So let's say we mischaracterize ourselves as alpha, beta. What does that say?
I think you guys have a very high self-esteem, which is great. It's great to have confidence. But if we're going to be realistic, since, the women have to be realistic about our attractiveness, most of y'all are deltas.
So just hardworking, loyal, average men?
Yeah, I wouldn't even call y'all betas. I feel like that's an insult. Most of y'all are deltas.
I agree with that.
Well, it's an insult. Is it an insult because it's used incorrectly?
It's an insult to the way that you guys define masculinity. Wow. So I wouldn't insult a man and call him a beta.
Is it you guys or we?
You guys. I listen to you guys define masculinity. I'm not going based off of my definition.
Do you guys define? So you women don't define it the same way?
No, we usually don't.
You don't judge men if he just crying and shit. You wouldn't judge him?
No, because he's a human being. And he probably needs some type of therapy. And I guess I'm going to be the source.
I got you. So he crying all the time. You saying that's cool with you?
I'm going to tell him he needs to go get some help.
Oh, is that right? So it's not okay for him to cry, essentially.
It's not okay for anybody to be crying all day. Yeah.
No, like, what if he get his feelings hurt? His boss yelled at him at work.
It's not okay for anybody to be crying all day. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, what if he cries about the things that I've seen women cry for?
Okay.
That's cool with you? I'm asking.
Yeah, what do you want?
You
like,
don't.
It's like you want me to say no. He's not a man. He's also a man. I gave you an answer.
And like you, so I'm giving you examples. So do you know the stereotypical things that women would potentially cry about?
Yeah.
Your man is crying about the same shit that you or stereotypically women would cry about. Are you saying that's cool with you? I'm asking.
No, it wouldn't be cool with me, but I wouldn't think of him less of a man because he's crying about those things. I would be trying to figure out what's going on first.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be cool with you though? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because I don't think it's cool for women to do.
I'm just asking.
I don't think it's cool for women to do it.
What, just be crying?
Yes. That shit get annoying.
So Jay don't want nobody crying. Is anybody gonna call her toxic like y'all try to call me?
I'm gonna call you toxic for putting beta in a trick bag as if they just sit around crying all the time.
Yeah, who's crying all the time?
I'm trying to ask
You literally asking it to insult, and then you use it as an insult, talking about he crying all the time.
No, I'm saying why is beta an insult because it's being used incorrectly?
As you use it incorrectly.
No, I'm asking, can a man present in certain way? Because we were talking about masculinity. So I was saying, is it men defining masculinity or women? Remember? And she's like, it's men. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. If your man cried how women cried, how would you see him? That has nothing to do with beta. That has to do with masculinity.
As a person who needs to go for help, like what?
Huh? I'm trying to understand it. I'm asking very clear questions. Jay the one tiptoeing.
I'm not tiptoeing. I'm just not saying what you want me to say.
No, so I asked, is it okay for niggas to cry? How women cry?
Yeah.
You like it's not okay, but then you use the thing where you don't like when anybody cry. So now I'm just wondering, are they gonna call you toxic like Love called me toxic for saying men don't cry from physical pain? See what's popping.
Hey, everybody.
See, they on the run. They on the run. So, Lauren, are you saying that you're perfectly okay with your man crying as women generally, from the same things that women generally cry from?
No.
That's what I'm asking. Is it a we defining toxic, or excuse me, masculinity, or is it just men? Because it seems like women agree.
On that aspect, I would say we agree. I don't think all of them, though.
No.
But I don't think crying is like a thing to choose and say that that's where I'm concerned about it.
Okay, how about this, Lauren? You remember when you wanted your man to jump out there and die for all women?
Oh my God. I didn't say that. I said if he would like to.
God ain't coming. It's just us.
If he felt the desire to stand up for somebody who is defenseless,
okay,
I would not feel bad. I would be understanding.
You would be honored.
Absolutely.
Now, what if he doesn't do that? What if he sees something happening and he avoids it out of fear? Are you gonna characterize him as more or less masculine?
Out of fear?
Yeah. You jump, he jump. You in the movie theater, y'all grabbing each other.
Oh, I've done that. I like horror films, so yeah, I felt the man jump before. It doesn't bother me though.
You noticed it? What you think that means?
The jump scares? I don't like. How do you not know a jump scare is coming? It gets really quiet right before it happens.
So you fine with him jumping and clutching you and all that? You cool with that?
It's cute, but it normally like drops him a little bit.
That's what I'm saying, Jay. You see what I'm getting at, Jay? You guys actually look at it the same way we look at it. That's what I was pursuing, Callie, not the beta delta, the masculinity part. Look at Love, and you know she old and Callie old. They know they don't. These men can't be scared. Shit me.
I want to agree with you, but don't call me old, you big head, no neck nigga. Like, don't start this already. But I do agree with you. I don't want no scary man. I don't want like jumping in my arms. You're supposed to be protecting me. I'm protecting you. What are we doing? I guess I'm watching masculinity too. I tell me all the time. We fine. Play your part. I'm gonna play mine. Maybe it's
what I'm saying. That's what we minding out, Callie. Go ahead.
He can be scared as long as he swing, then it's fine.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What if he swings like this?
No, absolutely not.
Swinging like that, yo.
That's how y'all swing.
I do not swing like that.
I'm not swinging like that. Absolutely not.
Bro, that's like Chug. That's Chug swinging.
Yo, Chug, man, that
No
nigga,
adult
Chug,
swinging.
don't even remind me of that nigga, man. He was crying today. I just kicked him over, like, yo, I'm good on you, bro.
Wait, you kicked him over?
Yeah, like in his butt, he just flipped over, like, yo, get out of here, bro.
my god. Poor baby.
He tough, right? He be all right. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm just saying that we actually agree more than we disagree on masculinity.
I agree with you on that. I agree more about masculinity, definitely, than I disagree with you on masculinity.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to windmill their way out of this?
No, I agree. Maybe I think we might be seeing a touch of toxic, just a dab, not a lot, but a touch.
What's toxic about it?
I mean, it's not necessarily the best behavior, but I don't want a man with his legs swinging, or if we gotta walk to the car and I'm on the outside. Like, no, there are rules to this. Put me in the car first. I open it up. If you don't make it to the other side, I drive off. But like, have some order. If there's rain outside, I'm gonna put my purse down so he doesn't get wet.
Okay. Does anybody have any pushback for masculinity and how much we actually agree upon it?
Can there be where I go?
Oh, you good. Go ahead.
Like, I kind of like a little toxicity. Let me clean that up.
Wow. Truth come out. Go ahead. Talk that talk.
And I'm sober too, doggone it.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, at times there's a time and place for everything, and there's a time for you to sit there and, as the man, to be the aggressor and to make sure I'm all right, and the protector and whatnot. And girl, get out of here. Like, for example, we was watching this movie, and the girl, like, I'm gonna come help. He's like, no, sit your way in the car and stay here, and I'm gonna go out here and fight. I like that. Go fight. Let me sit in here in protection. You go fight. You go work, get your hands dirty. Change the oil. Change the tire. Do all that. Come home, and if I'm in a bad mood I was getting messaged. I thought I was getting told to sit down and shut up. And if I'm sitting there acting kind of way, it's time, like, we ain't doing this right now. We got things to do. We ain't got time to sit there and fuss and argue. We got to do that. Just play your part. But at the same time, I would like communication at the same time. So, 80-20. You ain't got to be a total muscle head, a total,
Yeah, I know. We on the same page. Nay, you agree? Y'all agree with love?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. All the men that y'all like, he walked somewhere because his knuckles was scraped. Y'all like Neanderthal. We're gonna tell you to be quiet, sit your ass down. While at the same time they have the 20% where they understand and have situational awareness.
Thank you, and love me afterwards.
So that
we both can't run.
Y'all like men who mean to everybody but you.
Yes. Love me. Love me. Cut everybody else out. Don't bring that energy over here, which is not. It's not realistic. I mean, if it's in you, it's gonna be in you. But measure that crap. No, scratch your eyes out. Don't be mean to me. Love me.
I'm listening. Or else I'm gonna go back to the convo since y'all was trying to windmill me out of this. Like I was saying something wrong.
I thought Delta was the one. That was the person.
So the Delta. Well, so the Delta is not necessarily a leader. He does his job. He gets his job done. He's consistent, loyal, structured, etc. Right? Probably grounded, but he's an average, right? He's not gonna necessarily exceed expectations. But he's gonna be very functional.
How does that make him average then? But if he's consistent and loyal, why would that not be of value?
No, it's valuable, but average men are consistent and loyal. Like, look at like as an example.
Shit like that.
Perfect. T, what's popping?
Hey, you guys.
Like that.
There you go.
I like your hair.
Thank you. How y'all doing?
Good, good. What's up, man? Good to see you, man. You look nice.
Thank you. Thank you. So do you guys. You look great.
Indeed, indeed. So T, you've been listening, right? So I'm gonna keep it going, right?
Yeah.
Think about it, right? Let's say we don't update the stats and y'all just take this walk with me on the stats. I know, Callie, you could correct me if I say them incorrectly, right? But was about 50% of men have kids. The CNN report said, was it 65% of black men are in the middle class? When you look at the jail population, it's probably the lowest it's been in a very, very long time. 700,000 black people in prison, right? And there's 22 million black men? Well, including like young boys and etc. So black men have been doing progressively better and better. So yeah, just average, right? The delta would make sense. I think I'm talking to Tiff. I think she was kind of inquiring. You see what I'm saying, Tiff?
No, it makes sense. I think maybe it's just the way that it's sold. Maybe men and women are having a problem. Because I think so many people thought that alpha was the one, and then it's like, oh no, that person's toxic, and then okay, well, everybody wants to be a sigma, but what love was like is you don't really meet the mark. So then naturally you gotta fall somewhere within the range. It doesn't seem like being a delta is negative. He's just average. I don't think it's anything wrong with an average person.
Do you think your take is an average take, or you think that women are out here saying what you're saying? Hey, I'm looking for an average man. Go to work, come home, two trips a year, one to your family house, 3 states away, the other one to one of them Caribbean islands.
I think a lot of women would be okay with that. I think that there's some women that they may require something different, but if he's a delta, he's going to try to conform to my love type. I'm still going to get what I want.
No, I don't know if the delta is going to necessarily conform. He has structure to himself already. You may be looking for the beta who is selfless and willing to please. Now, you said some. What I'm asking is, do you think the majority of women are looking for average men? Do you hear them articulating that thought?
No.
Okay, so the minority of women are looking for average men?
I would say so, yes. At least out loud to themselves. But the person that you may think is average, if he's who I love, I think he's amazing. So what's average to you, if that's my person, it's a scale. It's going to be different. You can't make me believe that my person isn't dope, but he may be average statistically.
But if the person is average, are you going to acknowledge that they're average, or are you going to be running around saying he's dope even though he's average?
Well, I don't live in delusion, so I'm not going to pick a person that lives in delusion. It seems like he'll just have an area of opportunity. We can always level up.
You see, but do you understand your answer? Literally just said what you said. Women don't want average, because you just insulted the average man by saying he needs to level up, or he has room to level up.
Doesn't everybody?
What do you mean?
Doesn't everybody have an opportunity to do more, to be better?
No. I think people have ceilings. The majority of people have ceilings. The majority of people are average. But look what just happened to the average man, and as you're minding it through, he ain't actually good enough, and he better continue to progress. What you think, Tiff? You just beat the shit out of the average man. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tiff. You got it still. It's a broadcast. Go ahead, Tiff. I ain't never seen you at a loss of words. Go ahead, Tiff. I got you. Go ahead, Tiff. Go, Tiff. Go, Tiff. Go, Tiff. You got it, Tiff.
It's not my intention.
Jesus Christ. Average niggas is limping around this bitch right now. Average niggas got black eyes, bloody nose, everything fucking with Tiff. Go ahead, Tiff. You got it, Tiff.
Learn to not be average. Like at some point, yes, level up. If you're average and I'm average together, we should be doing amazing things. But no, okay. I don't know what you want. No, I don't want you to be afraid. And no, I don't want you to want to ever grow as a person. I like men, straight men. Hello, she's a middle-aged woman. I like old school. I don't need a push start. I don't have to go out there, pump it like men.
Boy, man. Moment of silence, real quick, y'all, for average men.
For the average man.
Fellas, I don't know what we're gonna do, man. Can anybody bring some understanding to where Tiff going with this? Because this seems like an issue. If the majority of men would fall into Delta, who said that initially? Was that Jay? And they're considered average, and they just got the Snoop Dogg shit beat out of them by Tiffocracy. What happens?
To be fair,
Uh-oh. Here you go.
She's coming from a logical standpoint.
She's coming from what now? What'd you say?
She's coming from like a realistic standpoint from her perspective. In that sense, I can understand it. But if somebody asks if my man is average and he's sitting right there next to me, he the best thing ever. He the upper echelon. He everything. Babe, I love you. Crazy. Yeah. I would never say.
And that's wisdom, but that's wisdom. You big up your man. You big him up, and then he will do
never
better.
say he's average.
Big him up.
What the argument is, it's not that if you got an average man, you saying he average or not. The truth is, based on what Tiff said, y'all looking right past homeboy.
There's different areas and different facets of people. So he may be average in one area and then above average in other areas. That's just humanity. And so he may be average in the looks, but a superstar and above average in communication, or a superstar above average in the way he manages money. I mean, he may be average in one way and not others. So no, my man, honey. And I'm gonna big him up and motivate him to keep on keeping on and keep on going higher. That's what we do as women. What are you talking about?
You sure you want to do this?
Ham, let me tell you something. Listen, forget everybody else up in this chat, and don't now. You know how I'm feeling. Don't.
I want to go. Come on, man. Y'all not saying nothing to me. Like y'all not saying, and I could tell, like y'all know that y'all fucking this up. Like I could tell by how y'all respond.
No, honestly, like I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on what I just said. What I just said, I'm standing 10 toes down on. Now I'm trying to figure out why you think we double dutching and backpedaling and not saying anything. Humans are multifaceted. And so he's average in one area, not average in others. And so we ain't looking past the average man. He may be average in whatever. And then you get with me, you're going to be above average. We're going to be, you know what I'm saying?
Do y'all understand do y'all hear her? That last part is crazy. Like, come on, B. You saying that when he get with you, now he above. You see what
No. Like motivation. Like if he's average in the way he dresses. Who's laughing?
They laugh. That's what I'm telling you.
Isn't that kind of like trying to change somebody? I mean, if he average, you accept him as average, he gonna be average.
Exactly. Yo, come on, man.
No one wants to think I
ain't never seen. You know what I'm getting? I never seen mute buttons work this well in my life on any panel. Now y'all got clashes. It took Callie 7 minutes to unmute. She been making all the faces in the world.
I did not mean to go this way, but I appreciate you ladies standing in solidarity. I appreciate the sisterhood.
Crazy
and
tip.
Also knowing
how big is the shovel you got that you trying to dig this much of a hole for the ladies right now, Tiff? Solidarity?
Yes, solidarity. Like sometimes twice a day for at least 5 to 6 hours a day, we get called a whole bunch of stuff. So I appreciate the sisterhood. I'm going to stick up with my sister say. She's retired, the jersey's up, but I can come back and I got bill money. So I'm ready to go there. I got that. I got you, love.
Okay.
Callie,
what do you want to know? What's the question?
Know.
Yeah.
I want to know why y'all disagree and y'all staying on mute. It's a broadcast. Love C. Nay. T went off camera.
Okay, I don't fully agree with Love. I'm sorry. I don't fully agree with Love. I think if you get with an average man, he gonna stay average. You just gotta tell him that he's not average.
So Jay, real quick,
you gotta really like build his self-esteem.
So Jay, I have a question. So average, he's just average in every facet of life, or is he average in one part? Like
he is overall average.
And your average may be different than Tip's average, right?
No,
I'm looking at average from like a realistic viewpoint. I'm not putting myself in.
Give me an example. What? Oh, say it again.
Okay.
Like, what is happening, bro? Like,
whatever. I'm having a conversation with Jay. Okay. So,
he brings in average income per whatever the median average income is for a person in this country. He lives an average lifestyle. He may not be able to take a vacation or multiple vacations a year. He may live in an apartment instead of a house because he can't afford a house. Most people can't right now. I'm talking about an actual average man. More than likely, not all of us possess the qualities to be able to upgrade a man. So usually we end up with an average man, he gonna be average. So all we can do is motivate him enough to do what he needs to do to take care of our household. And we just gonna be average together. We gonna love him and his averageness.
And that's the part I was gonna dive into. So he being single and he doesn't have to take care of can you get the chats out of here, Hamp? I don't like them chats. Single, whatever, living in an apartment. Y'all get together, start a family. Y'all come together and you buy a house. Is he still average?
That's not an average family's reality today. They build in families in apartments.
Oh.
And renting.
Maybe I come from a different generation.
Yeah. So most couples are just going to be average couples. There is no Beyonce upgrade you happening.
Well, that's hyperbole. Yes, there's no Beyonce upgrade. But if a man wants to take care of you, he'll find a way to do it. He may not have been.
It may not be in the way that you see it happening. It may be in the way of it just being enough. Like it just may be base level. It may not be like this elevated thing in your mind.
I think so. You better quit, Humphrey.
I don't even think that's a generational thing though. My parents started their family in an apartment. Like they're boomers. They started their family living in an apartment. I don't think that's like something unusual.
Was there
that's
something
pretty average?
Since you're okay, so along that same vein, Callie. So did your parents, was there any improvement in their lifestyle as they got older, being together? Are they still together now, or at some point did they improve? I guess when they were together.
I mean, but that comes with age. You start to earn more money as you get older.
Mm-hmm. So that, I mean, isn't that going along with the narrative?
No, because they didn't start in no house. They started their family in an apartment.
The improvement part is what I'm talking about. Along the narrative of there's an improvement that's going to happen. Because that's the overall general sentiment was there's an improvement that's going to happen.
Right, but it's not an improvement that would set them outside of the average.
This might be risky.
What happened? Where'd Hamp go? He left.
Hamp picked himself off. But no, I would say that progression would be along in that same average bracket as you get older. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be anything extraordinary.
And I think probably too that maybe it's relative then, because could we consider that relative? Because if they weren't taking vacations before, but as they got older, they could afford to take vacations.
But is that like the average person's reality? No.
I mean, again, I think that the average, why not? Okay, let's say it here then. Why not? Why is the average person allowed to
economy is a motherfucker.
They got Klarna. They have Klarna. You can take a vacation.
A horrible idea.
It doesn't matter. You can take vacations is the point. The point is you can take vacations.
Most people can't afford to take off work to be able to go on those vacations. Most people don't take off of work at all unless it's a necessity. Like even women who get pregnant nowadays, they right back going to work after they drop that baby because they can't afford to start. When did that start? I don't know.
Because FMLA, you get 16 weeks, up to 16 weeks for FMLA.
Wait. Getting FMLA ain't like no regular thing, though. Getting FMLA,
no,
that's not no average thing.
FMLA is not regular.
No, FMLA is not regular. Hell, benefits just became regular because of fucking
Obamacare.
Yeah, that benefits became regular, but no, PTO is not regular.
Really?
FMLA is not regular.
I am so PTO and FMLA is not regular. Let me step out this conversation then, because I thought it was real.
Normally, health benefits ain't regular.
Rich people's benefit package sucks.
Yeah,
it sucks. They probably don't even got most of the benefits that Americans should have. That's the reality.
Yeah.
So, if you get with an average person who lives this average life, love them for who they are. Because if you're trying to get them to this upper echelon level, most people are not going to get there.
I got the conversation here. You kicked me out. Kick me out. This is Sparta because I thought FMLA and PTO was regular. I live different.
Yo. So even in the at will employments, FMLA is federal. So FMLA, you're entitled when like if a woman's having a baby, as an example, and it may not be money associated with it, but the job security is what FMLA does.
Yeah, but most people are looking at it for the full payment while they're out on like maternity.
Yeah, no, FMLA is not money. It's job security.
Standard. Like when it honestly,
FMLA is standard. The money part isn't.
I understand, but they said PTO is not standard as well, and I said I got to step out of it because I honestly thought PTO has been standard for decades. That's why I had to step out. That's why I put myself on mute. Like this is different now.
It depends on what they offer. It depends what you're offered, right? Like so, your PTO may be accrual based, right? So every 40 hours you get 4 hours, or whatever the math is.
You'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm out this conversation then. I'm out this conversation. I thought something different.
And the thing about it, love, you can, like for instance, people have PTO and then they'll have sick leave. Those things will be separate, but oftentimes in the private sector, those are one and the same. So you use your PTO if you're sick. You don't necessarily have sick leave. So it really depends on the company in which you work for. And so, like for instance, if you're new to a company, you may start with 1 week, then 2 weeks as you gain tenure. So a lot of it fluctuates.
Let me tell you something. This job that I'm at, whatever, right now, this is the first job I ever had. It had PTO and offered FMLA, and the first job that I ever had that offered fucking benefits.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, and I've been putting in 40 hours a week for a minute, and yeah, what? No, you can call out, but you ain't getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
You get pregnant, that's okay. I hope your job is here when you get back.
Yeah. No. So then that's where the FMLA largely kicks in for the majority of people, because there's no mandate of money with FMLA, but what it does is protect you in terms of your job, even when it's an at-will state.
Well, no, I got that, but I also again, I'm out the loop. I thought short-term disability kicks in. Let me shut up. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised what they'll fight, but generally speaking, love, to your point, I've seen that when the women, when they get go out, and apply for short term, generally speaking, they get it. I have seen that from my anecdotal experience working in just hiring and firing and stuff like that.
Stressed and depressed.
Man. And so, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me read these real quick. Okay, with the $2 Hamp. Can you ask the panel if they are average? Sure, but that ain't even the issue. Like,
yeah, I'm average, regular degular.
Schmegular.
Average.
I thought we were
At
talking about
best.
like the Greek, the alpha, the omega, the delta, them saying that they weren't average. I thought we were talking about them.
yeah, but all right, let me read these. As A with the $2 says, FMLA is paid now in the North. Everybody gets PTO. Yeah, no, I wish it was that absolute. Private sector employers, right? You can be hired as a contractor. There's times where you can literally waive benefits and they'll add more to your paycheck. So no, private sector is private. There are a lot of things that they can. There are some federal mandates, but generally speaking, there's a lot of autonomy there. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, brother Hamp, be honest. You look disgusted right now. I feel your pain, bro. I'm just listening, bro. Mr. Awesome been a member for 1 month. Salute, my G. Romello with the he said, where's sis? I don't know why I started this one. Marcus Evans with the $2. Fuck the sisterhood. Arnold Allen with the $2 says, cause y'all average and don't want average men. Romello with the $2 says, love the cap division. Stop taking interviews. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, shout out to the average brothers out there. And what up, brother Ham? Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. As Abe with the $10 says, alpha men want to lead, but tend to be insecure when they feel they missed the mark. And because they make themselves hold in true feelings as a quote unquote man, they usually break at the wrong time and person closet to them, closest to them. Make it make sense. Joel with the $5 says, they'll settle for an average man, but they damn sure ain't checking for that up front.
Sorry.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, how do you check for that up front that he's average?
I think he's saying you just look past him, even if he just look average or feel average, you looking past him.
Yeah, all look average.
God damn. Jay on the grind with the $5 says, shout out to the strong women on the panel. Jay, good to see you. Couple people missed your chat. We up. Salute, Drake. Romello with the $5 says, I know when a person looks up and to the right, they're formulating a story, love. The one. So the topic is the topic. However, this has halted it tremendously. When I was going through the personality types, the average men, which are the majority, are seemingly undesirable. So now when I ask the question, when is a man really ready for a woman? We can't even get there because the majority of men are being disregarded, is what it seems based on the conversation. It's a broadcast.
So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, Ham. You're saying it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Tiff, is that you?
Yeah, I'm looking for some clarification. Like, what are you looking for? You want more detail? What are we mining right now? What are you looking for?
Well, so we were going down the path when, there's a level of delusion when men leverage alpha beta similarly to how women say they're all 9s and 10s, right? So I think that was a great analogy. And what do you guys think about those personality types? And then we got to the majority of men probably being delta, which would make them average. And then we took a halt because average men, Tiff, your words, ain't shit.
I don't think I said that. And I think I also gave myself an average. I think what's going on is you're seeing women being really realistic and honest, where y'all are used to men being delusional. Nobody on here said they were Beyonce. So if I'm saying I'm average and I know the man that I'm going to be with is quote unquote average, who am I looking past? I'm not looking past you. We're on the same level. But if we're on the same level,
I know what you're saying now. I'm just saying what you said previously. He'll level up. No, you said he'll have to level up and etc. You said that the majority of women are looking past average men, remember?
I don't recall saying that, but I did say that we as a couple, the goal is to go up. And I think love confirmed that, like, hey, if this is where we are, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying we, because we're together now. If this is where we're okay, and this is where we want to be, and this is it, and having you is this, and that's the goal, then we're there. If it's no, I want to do something different, I want to improve, okay, this is where we are, this is how we can get to the next level. I don't think it's anything wrong with wanting someone to want more for themselves.
And that's the thing, right? That's the part that you don't hear is insulting, because the majority of people are average, right? You keep on telling a man who working hard, dependable, loyal, he should want better for himself. The truth is he's at his ceiling and it should be just fine. But see, when we say average, you're saying things like want better for himself. That's where the breakdown may be.
Okay, I got you. So you're saying this is it. This is all you get. You're never gonna change. That's it.
Well, think about it.
I'm
gonna say this. Hey, let me say this last thing.
Okay.
As an example with the statistics, the majority of people don't, like the overwhelming majority of people don't move past the station that they're born in. Right. So essentially, what I mean by is the class. So the class people are born in, the majority of people stay within that class. You see?
I hear you.
That's all I'm saying. Station made my bad.
No,
Go ahead, Jay. My bad.
I think most people reach their peak like 30s and 40s in that range. And then after that, it's pretty much either a plateau or a slow decline. Or the slow decline comes at some point after the plateau.
Yeah, but that's not typically, especially for older Black men and Black women. You tend to, from 40 to 60 is when we make the most money. So where a lot of people are kind of buckling out, we're kind of breaking even. So again, I just,
but how much money is it though that is at that peak in that 40-60 range?
Yeah, so the average money for men in that, so the stat that I looked at, because I was assessing, all those talking points, the average money that men were making at that age was like 53,000. Around like 45 to 60 or something like that.
So if that's their peak, if that's as much money as they'll make in their lifetime, he's essentially average. It is what it is. Like, I took my personal opinion out of it because I believe if you just find another job, find another industry to get into. But taking myself out of it, thinking about everybody, most people are going to end up average man or woman. Even if you push them as hard as you want to push them and motivate them, they're going to reach their peak, and the peak may not be the peak that you see for them. Are you okay with that? That was a question too.
I thought it was rhetorical.
No, I did too, because I'm like,
that was a question. But yeah. Would you be okay with that if you weren't married?
No.
Okay. Then, yeah, it is what it is.
I need a drink.
Y'all need to talk, man. We trying to understand this.
I don't understand where the disconnect is, because I think we're all saying average, but I also think a lot of this is like relative. It's kind of like when Love is like, let me take myself out of it because I am older. I'm in a different demographic. So it's just some things like, yeah, no, that's no.
Except for when we look at it, right? What you were saying, right? When we look at the numbers, like when we're looking at average, we're not necessarily accepting it, right? Because we're thinking people are going to level up and progress and etc. So I'm asking when a man is really ready, but it sounds like the expectations for men are a bit lopsided. So you can't even define when he's ready, because it looks like and feels like, and looking at the numbers and what we're saying is, even when he's ready, he ain't good enough.
That's not what I said, but if that's how it's being perceived.
Well, no, we just talking through it. That's why Jay was making the inquiry she was making.
And she also said taking myself out of it. So
yeah, that's just saying objectively.
Can we agree? Is everybody okay with like you saying no growth as a couple, or this is it for him and I can continue to grow and build in? Like you don't have to do nothing else but be you. Love you so much, but I can continue to.
I don't think that's realistic, but you could say
it. Okay.
So are you saying that's the mindset within your marriage, is that you can just stay here and then I'm going to go ahead and progress? Is that your question?
Is that your question for me?
She wants you to clarify your question.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. There's clearly, like, I feel like, can we get a restart? Somebody tell me why and where did me saying average became a negative? Because we went through, oh, you disrespected them. Where was the disrespect?
By saying that even though they're average, they still gotta improve and be better than average, instead of just being like, it's okay, period, to be average. That's why Amp, am I right? Because this is your viewpoint.
I think maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tiff, are you talking about being stagnant in life?
Yes.
Is that what she's talking about, being stagnant? I don't want to be thinking about being stagnant. Now, let me jump in here and say this then. I'm not going to be with a man that's going to be stagnant. I'm not. And maybe we need to define average and not going anywhere and whatnot, because that's what I'm hearing. The in between the lines is stagnation. And no,
because you could.
I don't want stagnation.
No, you can learn new things and all kinds of stuff, right? That doesn't mean that it's gonna formulate into more earnings.
Well, not just earnings. It was but average. I don't know if we kept it at money. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we were talking about just improving in other areas of your life. I don't think Tiff was talking about just money. I thought it was improving in areas in which you were average.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just money.
Another example.
I'm wrong.
What's another aspect we can use then? Because I think average overall is measurable, but what's another aspect that we can talk about?
That's a good question.
I think it's all measurable. The average person, it's all measurable.
Well, could they get better at how they treat you, or being more involved in the relationship, like going deeper? Because
I thought based on the personality types, they already specify how they are in a relationship.
They're loyal.
And I forgot scientifically, after a certain age, like people just are who they are, unless they go through this existential crisis or have an epiphany, like, wow, I'm a bad person, I need to change. Most of them don't give a fuck about changing their morals. They are who they are, and if you like it, you can roll with me. If you don't like it, bye. That's most people. That's measurable. That's an average person.
So okay. So I think that I could be wrong. I kind of zoned out for a little bit, but I think we only have discussed money. I think Love did make a couple of other suggestions about, the way that they dress and things like that. And so I think that when you're looking at a man, that's just one facet of who they are. So emotionally, mentally, their financial is a portion of that. Their aspirations for work and their goals for their family has to do with it. I think that their own decisions. So I think a lot of this typing is not for us to say ourselves. So that was what I saw on the men's panel. They kind of said what they thought they were, then they heard details about something else and they changed. But I think it has a lot to do with how other people in life experience you. That kind of how your labeling comes about.
if you're going to be labeled. So I think the majority of people, men are average, the majority of women are average, and you two average people are going to get together and you're going to progress an average amount, right? So you might not. I think we have to be honest about what it is that we're asking and what it is that we're saying, because I think the number is like 80% of Americans don't even have $1,000 saved. So let's be realistic when we talk about going on 2 vacations a year and things like that. Those are things that we talk about in this space because we want to look like we're something, or we want other people to perceive us a certain way, but that's not reality. The reality is that people don't have FMLA, and if they do, it's not paid. The reality is that everybody's not going to go on 2 vacations. The reality is that you're not going to get the Birkin bag, that you're not going to be like your favorite IG model. That's just the reality. As women, that's the reality. So the average man is more than likely what we, how many of us are there? 6. That's what 4 of us deserve. And we're going to get those 4 guys that are average because they're like us. Where I disagree, though, completely is that I think you should be hyping the people in your house up no matter where they are, not for the purpose of moving up so that you don't have to be average anymore, because the person sitting next to them is usually average too. Because if you were a superstar and you were so far above average, then an above average man would have come along and scooped you up. But we didn't. We ended up with average people because we're average. So I think that hyping the person that you're with up and playing up their strengths, motivating them, is going to be what you, if that's not in you as a person, male or female, I think that makes you below average, because you should be like the number one fan for your person, not so that they can rise to the level where you feel like you can brag on them, but because they're the person that decided to do the rest of their life with you. So that, I think that's like a mandatory. I'm like side-eyeing anybody that lives with me, that shares the bed with me, and you don't want to hype me up. That's crazy. That's crazy. And not because I need you to be something that you're not, but because you're mine.
Ladies, this is a broadcast.
I think we've all said that in the same way. It's just different people just see things differently. I know. Okay.
No, ma'am. That was not all. That was not what everybody said.
Wait,
and this is. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask Tiff. So you believe that most women deserve an average man, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when it comes to like your people close to you, women close to you, would you tell them that they deserve an average man? Or would you tell them to go for who they want?
Well, if she's average, I'm going to say date within your range. But again, I know I said that if I'm average and you're average and the goal is to mutually want to grow, I even said, like, if you don't want to grow, but I'm okay, do what works for you. But I don't think it's wrong with saying a person is quote unquote average and wanting room to grow. I don't know.
All right. So this is what I experienced.
Mm-hmm.
I said a woman was a 5. The women were upset about it.
I was not, but I know what you're talking about.
So that's the thing. Like, what are we actually talking about, right? If all the women were upset when I said 5 was average, there's no way women are then walking around saying, "Hey, go for an average man." When your shorty says, "Hey, I want him. He's 6'6" and this, that, and the third, etc., etc., y'all telling her go for broke.
No, the problem with the 5 was that we used different scales. That's all. But once explained, it made sense, and we kind of all had.
Yeah. So a 5 is like an 80, right?
Don't make us relive this trauma, please.
No, real quick. So let's use the proper scale. So the 5 is like an 80, like a B minus.
Average, yes.
Right.
75.
So yeah. You tell her she's like an 80.
Yeah, Yeah.
She's
So
a C. Yeah.
80s,
A C.
70. Okay, yeah. So if you tell her, I just want to make sure that you're saying the sentiment changes. So 5 is unacceptable, but 75 from a scale from 1 to 100, women are accepting that. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, because we just use different scales. Y'all 5
Okay.
is in the middle between 1 and 10, and we were looking at 5 as below average because we're using the like the grading
50.
scale.
5 is a 50. So 75 is acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So if I would have said 75, everybody like, oh yeah, okay. I'm cool with being a C.
Yeah, I'll take that.
You guys agree?
Yeah, I feel like we're making this harder than it has to be.
Okay. What's being made hard?
Cause I guess when I look at going into like the dating scene, I look at all men as average. Like I don't care what you got. When I first meet you, I assume you're average. I treat you as such. I don't care what kind of car you got, all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, I don't know you're above average until you start naming off stuff that you want. And I'm like, oh, I ain't doing that. Then I'm gonna bring myself down. Let me just make sure I'm not doing all that. And I'll remove myself. I don't understand this. I didn't know nothing about alpha and beta until I got on YouTube. So it's either I like you or I don't like you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you're not measuring him to see what he can provide or not. Okay. Like the $2,000 in your name. Got it. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me.
If you the personality offer something and I accept, I don't understand.
I'm like, what's the animal that can remember a bunch of shit? Which one is that?
Elephant.
Like, who y'all think y'all talking to? Like, you don't think that you can get 2,000 out of a nigga unless. Lauren, remember when your car wasn't broken, but you told him it was broken and you told him a price and
but
he
I
paid
didn't know
it
he had
and you went on it.
money.
Hold on, let me finish.
I said how much I had spent on the car, and he said he had it. So that's not me knowing you have money. You confirmed you had money when I said how much I spent and you had it.
Confirm means what? There was a thought and then he confirmed
it. I was just throwing it out there.
Okay.
It was just
you saying you had no all right, let me ask you a question if you don't mind. You had no inclination?
I would be able to put certain things together, but based on what I saw, no.
So you put certain things
based
together.
on the job, I could assume you make a little bit more, but based on the things you have, I could assume not.
Gotcha. So did you have an inclination?
Sure.
All right then, just chill. Like I'm just saying, just like come on.
But I still treated him like he was average.
Understood, but you knew that at the very least he had above average money. So there's an opportunity there with that man that we took advantage of. Hence the $2,000.
No, he gave me a gift.
Gotcha. Okay.
Stop the cap. It's 2024.
Gotcha. No, I'm just
2025. We gotta let it go.
Got you. I'm just asking, man. It just seems like I really want to ask the question when a man is really ready for a woman, but there is a stopgap, or it's hard for me to get to it if we're not even seeing the majority of men as viable candidates. Based on the same conversations you guys are basing the conversation on.
I mean, it's average.
Well, like think about it. Like the men are saying, hey, get your money up, do X, Y, and Z, et cetera, because the sentiment amongst men is even that average ain't good enough based on how women see men now. That's why men have this sentiment where the women of today want to meet you at the finish line and not take this walk with you. So I don't even know if I can ask the question when men are ready, because it's like a man is doing his best is like it's not good enough. That seems to be the sentiment. Go ahead, Jay.
Good enough.
Well, you kind of answered the question. If you believe that, if men believe, I don't know if you believe it. If men believe that majority of women are waiting for men to get to the finish line, that's your answer then. When he reaches the finish line.
Mm-hmm. Do you think
That's not my personal opinion. I'm just trying to help. That's it.
I just wonder, right, with this sentiment being shared, right, and being almost permeating through, and he gets there. How is that man once he gets there? Is he going to exercise options, or is he looking to settle down?
Definitely not looking to settle down. More than likely looking to utilize his options.
So so you see why that doesn't answer the question. I understand what you said, Jay, but as we break it down, if he worked his way to get to a place to where he has access to multiple women, it's less likely he's going to settle down at that juncture. But he's seemingly being denied before he gets there. You see why it's hard for me to ask the question now, because it's like he don't got no access. Then when he get access, why would he silo himself to this access he never had before?
I can see why.
So that's I think that's exactly why this is like the conversation needs to be had. And I don't think that people are actually, I don't think it's true that people actually are looking for the person at the finish line. I think it's something to say, but I don't think people are actually looking for that person, because that man is going to require so much from you that it's not going to just be he's at the finish line, so now he can give me whatever it is that I want. If he's amassed any amount of wealth, if he's worked, countless hours, if he's dedicated and disciplined himself, he's going to want a woman that's also dedicated and disciplined herself in whatever areas she has going on. He's going to want the top pick when it comes to looks, body, attitude, positivity. He's going to want the best of the best because he's put in that amount of work to get to where he is. He's going to be very demanding. He's not going to be he's not going to be wanting excuses. He's not going to want multiple times of you dropping the ball. He's going to want things to be the way that he wants for them to be. And the majority of women want things to be the way that they want them to be. Therefore, they wouldn't even be able to get along with a man of that caliber, which is why so many people who say they want that don't get it, which is why we should stay in the average to average realm, because then there's more room for negotiation. There's no room for negotiation when you're talking about a top tier man. It's going to be his way or the next person. If you wait until the end, now you got a better shot at being with that man if you can identify core qualities about him and you can work with him and help him build that. But you can't fake that. You have to, when you say right now, like, hey, he might be making 40,000, ew. Like most people not wanting to do that. So therefore, that's why the pickings are so small. But when you're in touch with like, hey, I'm average and he's average, then it's a lot easier for you to say, I'm not settling for him. I'm right on par with where I am. And I'm going to take what I have and bring it to the table. And he's going to take what he has and bring it to the table. And we're going to build a life together. I think that's the only way that works. If you're waiting to the end, this slim picking.
So beautiful.
Yo, man, y'all are struggling, man.
That sounds perfect, but I really don't look at it like that. It's like, do I like you? And then if I get to I love you, I'll do anything I need to, but we gotta get there first.
What do you mean you don't look at it like what?
Like that, it's not that deep for me when I'm dating someone. It's whether I like you. Like that's it. It could be, you could have nothing or at least something, and then you could be rich. It doesn't matter to me if it's I like you. If I like you, it don't matter. I'll make it work. If you're broke, I will make up the money that I want to make. If you're rich, then I'll just make sure I do what I need to do. And then it hopefully turns into love. And then once we're in love, I'll do whatever I need to do.
Yes, what's poppin'?
Don't do this to us again. Please.
Yo, sis, these niggas is struggling. Lauren just talking about anything at this point. Like, If I like you, then I like what?
Can I
What
ask
is?
Lauren a question though?
Go ahead, Nate. It's the
So
least you
when
can
you
do.
say you like him,
The
right?
least you can do is
Be the
participate,
attraction
Nate.
of you
You've been here
like
for an
him.
hour and a half. You ain't said a word. The
Don't do that,
least you
Amp.
could do is ask a
Don't
question.
do that.
Please ask a question. Okay?
I don't
Go
like
ahead.
to interrupt people.
God, there was dead air for 30 minutes out of the 140 minutes.
I
Go
probably
ahead,
was on the
please.
phone
Go
then.
ahead.
Come on,
Go
Amp.
ahead.
But what was the attraction for you to like
Turn
him?
her
There has
mic
to
up.
be some type of
I'm
attraction.
gonna turn it on. Say it one more
She was
time, Nate.
like,
I got you. Say it one more time.
What was the attraction for you to like him? Like, what are you liking about him? His personality, his mental, his aesthetics. What is it?
So initially, it's
Just to me.
always looks. It's normally looks first. I like something about your face, or I like something about your physique, your teeth, something. And then it turns into, oh, we like the same stuff. Like, it'd be so simple for me. And then it'll turn into like, oh, we have the same desires for things. And it'll just build from there. And then I'll get into finding out about how much you make and all that. Like, that's just not something that's not the first date type of conversation. I mean, maybe that's just me.
No, I agree.
I agree.
Sis, what's popping, sis?
I hate to hear it.
What's up, you guys? Kept hearing average.
So, sis, man, what is?
What's the
I
question?
wanted what? How we know if a man's really ready, man? But what I'm thinking now, sis, is the fellas don't got a shot in hell, man.
Don't sound like it. It doesn't sound like it. Sound like the average man is just a no good, low life, undesirable individual. From what I can hear so far, undesirable.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, they think I'm trying to paint them that way. You've been listening, ain't that what? That's what it feels like, right? When we are characterizing them.
Yeah, it makes it. Yeah, I'm doomed because I know I'm average. So I don't know. What I got to choose from. You know, I don't know. Trying to understand. But what was your question?
I was trying to get to it, but I don't think that the men, based on this conversation, are the problem with these relationships. I think men have things that we need to fix 100%. But by the time we get to a point where the majority of women desire us, now we have access to more women than we initially thought. And now that relationship / marriage shit is looking dimmer and dimmer, especially when you look at the statistics. So this whole alignment isn't working. All those rates are declining.
That's why I said I think I'm doomed. But I don't know. But what was your original question? How did we get here?
Well, talking to y'all, you know what I mean? Like men, when you dealing with them and etc., when are they settled? When are we settled in our heads? Like, okay, this is relationship time, or if a man gets with a woman, like kind of what Love was saying, like this, like the upgrading thing. So let's say the woman is here, right? I think women, from what I gather growing up, get organized a little bit more quickly than men, right? Just in general, like life shit. Men be, we kind of and we got to figure it out. I don't think we have as much help though either in the earth, in my opinion. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong if you don't agree. So now you get with a woman, right? She may be a little bit ahead of you initially. What does a man do with that? Does he accept it, build off that, or do men start to rebel and push back at it? Like, do men accept the help of a woman that's maybe a little bit farther ahead, or do we see it fall apart?
I think y'all see it as competition from my experience.
So we start competing with her?
Typically, and it feels like it starts small and then it's it grows into larger comparisons and accusations. You think you know everything, or you could, yeah, I don't know. It just turns into something chaotic. It has. But I forgot what you were already saying. My bad.
And him, you asking different questions right now too.
Yeah.
Like
I
you, you asking different questions because I want to answer the question that was offered to sis. But before I do that, I want to say real quick: if majority of men in society are deltas, and which is average, I guess. What does say average? If majority of men in society are average, and did we do a stat? So many stats before that. There's more married men than women, or something like that. Like, who's picking these men then? So women are picking average men. There's average in different facets of life. So obviously we are picking them. I say we as women, we are picking the average man. They're being picked. Well, not picked, but they're getting a relationship. I don't say they're getting picked. Women get picked.
Yeah, by white women.
So, okay. But we as black women, we still desire.
We also get the divorce most though. So yeah, you like them. So
Black
you get,
men?
yeah, our relationships, we have the highest divorce rates too.
Okay.
So yeah, you picking them for 5 to 7 years.
Yeah. Well, I want to answer the question offered to sis because that was the main point of this.
I thought you put something on the table. Did I dismantle it that quick or?
No, I just wanted to move along because we weren't getting anywhere for the past hour 45 minutes on that. But you need to stay on. You know, I'm scared. We can stay here. Eat another.
Go ahead. Don't start windmilling. Go ahead.
Because my windmill out of retirement. About men being ready, right? Was the question about when men are ready, or if she's here. Hold on, she's here and he's like here. I think resentment does bubble up. It's cute, but I think that resentment can develop, and it doesn't always manifest itself the same way. It can manifest aggressively, like you think you know so much, you think you better than me. It can also be very passive. It could be manifest in the way of getting a little bit more irritable with you. It could manifest in looking at other girls that are less than him and desiring them because he feels higher than them, and he wants to feel the hierarchy, and he'll feel it with a woman of a lesser lot than him, and those are the hoes that he cheats with because they make him feel better, but really it's him feeding his ego. So it does manifest differently. But I typically, from what I see, it really doesn't work. On majority doesn't work. There is a minority in which it does, but majority of the time it does not work.
So sis, this is the reason why that this first hour was so important, because how the average man was characterized as you were listening was that he was lesser than. So I would put out an argument that when he gets with a woman who's a little bit ahead of him, she not only does he know it, but she letting him know it.
Yeah, that could be a quick go-to. Just like that in the Beyonce, her other song, to the left, that one. But all of that, yeah, women will take it there. Like if a man starts arguing and they say something slick, the go-to is usually, you get your stuff and you can go, or you ain't, or just saying what, like you only making, like, come on, yeah.
Hint, sis, the big piece of chicken, isn't it?
Yeah, he might not get it if he's not bringing 51%. That's what it is.
Go ahead, love. I can't see y'all, but see, this is why this is important, man. Because you making him feel like he ain't shit, or you leveraging money against him at every turn. He not getting a level of respect because he can't provide what's happening.
But Do you think at times, Hamp, it is an internal thing though? So you making me feel like I'm less than, but is it really her doing that, or is it just an internal thing to you, the man I'm talking about, right? They take that into consideration as well. It's not always the woman. I think it's more projection from the man than it is the woman actually doing it. Now, of course, now listen, I know there are women that do that, but also you have to consider there are men out there that will project that onto her, and she can say something very innocuous, and it's taken as, oh, this because you make more. It's because she makes more money than me, and it's like, no. So that's also a factor and a variable in this conversation, that a man will be a little bit hypersensitive around certain things, and he'll take something out of context and things being lorded over him, and it's really not.
Okay, if you say so. I'm just listening to what was previously said.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
No, but you can't. It's not. It's what I think is it's mutually exclusive. So if you look at a man average as lesser than, people come across in particular ways. It's much more than just what you say. Body language, everything. And then you've grown up in a construct to where typically men are the breadwinners. And I think the majority of women often say that that's what they would like. They don't want to be the leader, right? I think y'all literally told me that. So now when you have to lead, how does that actually come across in your subconscious?
Just because that woman makes more, we had this conversation before too. And I also want to make sure we're not mixing apples and oranges. You're just saying women in general, not something that I said, right? About men being average. Because I didn't even jump to that conversation. I didn't even jump to that.
I remember you said you wouldn't date a man that could just pay the light bill.
From 8-9 months ago, I don't believe I said that. Bring up the footage, please. I said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Russ said, love, Q, would you date a man that could just pay the light bill? You said no. And then TJ said, as she shouldn't. Go ahead.
Yo, memory's gonna get your A whooped. You hear me?
I'm just saying, we trying to understand this.
Get your eye scratched out.
but why would she? That means she gets the big piece of chicken automatically.
Only the light bill ain't but $25. All you can afford is $25? No, that is not average. To me, that's below average, to be very honest with you. If all you can do is pay a light bill, that ain't average, that's below average.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And no, I don't do below average.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to understand this, man. Is it the men who are pushing back at these women because they feel inept and they have an insecurity and trying to compete, as Sis alluded to? Or is it when she gets with a man that she feel isn't making the mark and she's saying things like, I'm going to upgrade him. How is he being treated?
Where does this upgrade come from? It was more about, I said motivation.
Well, what Tiff was saying, he'll be better, he'll progress, or, etc.
because she's talking about not being stagnant. And I don't want to put words in Tiff. I don't.
That's what I meant.
So
I
got a question.
How we're still here, like we said, average.
Now we got to figure out, Tiff. Now we got to figure out what you meant, right?
Okay. What would you like from? Let's find it out. What did I mean? Where's
no? She said what you meant. I'm just going off what you said. So
okay, I stand corrected. She clarified. So now, where do we go?
What was the clarification?
Us. Okay. Love. Do you mind saying it one more time?
About I believe you're talking about more about not wanting a man to remain stagnant, and not necessarily less being average and being lesser. It was more about not remaining in the same place in life. There should be some evolution. There should be some upward movement. Everybody should be.
I agree with that. And what Love C said, I agree with her with what she said. Yeah, there's some upward movement, but it's not a big jump. They stay within that average category, even with that progression. So even getting past the point of, yes, you're motivating him to want to be better and all that, you want him to be better. Great. That's amazing. What if that better never comes and he's just who he is. Are you okay with that? How about we get to that point? Most people are not.
You keep saying this exponential increase or growth. Like, I don't know if that was ever stated. And I'm really not trying to put words in Tiff's mouth. I'm not. But I don't recall anybody saying this great quantum leap of improvement. It was, again, it's evolution. I'm gonna say the words I used. I said evolution, not being stagnant. There should be some type of improvement in life. So I'm not sure about this quantum leap of improvement.
Well, the quantum leap comes in because you're trying to change him from not being average anymore. That would be the quantum leap, because there have to be exponential growth in order to get him out of that average range.
Yes, I'm saying, like, again, Tiff, I keep on talking for you, but again, I thought she clarified it's not. She didn't mean average in just literally average to being a 5 and going to work, coming home, paying bills. From my understanding, it was not being stagnant, but we keep on saying the word average as if we're not, as if going to work every day and coming home every day and paying bills is a bad thing. So again, I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, and I don't want to reconfigure what she's saying, but I'm talking about what I'm talking about. But I believe that's what she meant. I'm gonna stop being your mouthpiece.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I feel like we kind of worked that out. I don't know why we keep coming to it, but I don't know where the loss is. I think most people are average. That's including myself. However, knowing that I'm average, I also want to grow. So I would think if I'm community and my husband and I are on the same page, we're both going to want to do better together.
What is the better? What is the growth?
We just may be more stable. I don't.
More money. That's it. Just a little bit more money.
It could be money. It could be a home. It could be land. But when he was like, oh, well, you only get to take a vacation to the island in the state. Like, what's wrong with that? That's more than what most people get. I don't think there's anything wrong with going to Jamaica, and then you can find all kind of places within the United States to go to. So
the problem with
that's
the problem with that is if you're talking about an average person.
Average.
If you're
going
talking
to the islands, that's
not an average experience.
Average.
So when we're talking about average people, like I said before, don't get to take those vacations once a year, don't get to do those types of things. So if average is okay.
What's average? Hold up. What's average then? Once a year vacation, that's not average?
No.
Shit. What's the measurement? Did I miss it, Jalen? You got your eyes closed. Did I miss it?
Do we all agree average is measurable? Because I feel like y'all are coming at it from a subjective standpoint when I don't believe it's subjective. So maybe that's the disconnect.
What's your criteria? What's your objective criteria then? So we're all on the same page. So we can follow
50,
you.
Let's say 50 grand, paycheck to paycheck, under $1,000 in the bank. If you lose your jobs 3 months, you be homeless. People working for everything they have. 30% of us have passports. So that would be 15, let's say 15% of men, 15% of women. And you did daily grind. You ain't eating steak every day. You couponing all types of shit. Like regular shit. Like that's how people living. You get a mortgage now, shit, 8% interest rate. Who getting that?
I got 3%. 8% mortgage?
That was 20 years ago. You got 3%.
No, actually,
20%. 20% went away in like the 2020. Go ahead, sis. I mean, that's just regular people living, like $1,000 in a bank. You know what I mean? A lot of the vacations this past year were credit card based.
So we don't have any objective criteria.
No, this is objective. This is the majority of people, how people are living. They're not living. I'm not saying they live in dirt poor, but yo, every dollar counts. There ain't no just liquid just sitting around and things of that nature. Oftentimes, when you pay the bills, you got to wait to get paid to pay more bills or buy shit. And we see it, like for instance, in the club industry, it's the club isn't as packed, like mid-month until maybe like the 15th when people get paid and etc. So those lulls and off weeks, you can tell the difference, especially in the DC because it's on a government pay schedule. So a lot of people get paid on the same days, and you can see the upticks.
So just for like just if we just look at just average economic stats, the average car note right now is between $700 and $1,200 a month. That's the average car note. The average American, I think 75 to 80% of Americans don't have $1,000 saved. That means that if something happened and you had to get brakes and a tire, you don't have enough money to cover that. That's average. The average American household has more in debt than they do in salary. So if the average, you're looking at about let's say 45,000, they have more in consumer debt and student loans than that amount of money. So when you talk about realistically going on a vacation, that's not the average family's outlook. Buying a home, the majority of people, like millennials, Gen Z through to millennials, even late millennials, they'll never buy a home. They're roommating, they're working their regular job and Ubering or door dashing to be able to survive. So that's just, that may not be like I understand that may not be, it's never us on the panel. So that may not be our reality, but that's the reality for the majority. That's the average reality. Now, there are the other people that probably, don't even have anywhere to live. That might be the below average. And then there are the other people who like, hey, who cares whether it's on sale? We're going to get it anyway. Those are generally the people that we have here. But the vast majority of people, that's what life is actually like. They notice that milk costs more than it did a year ago. They notice that gas is $1.50 more per gallon. And they not only do they notice it, but it affects their day-to-day decisions. That's the majority of people, which are what we're considering average, which is who we're marrying amongst.
Yeah. Is that fair for average, sis?
I don't know. I got to put more thought into it. I'm thinking that's what's okay. Yeah. So that's the average income in America. That's the average, I guess, way of life in America. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. But how did we get here? I guess because I asked. Okay. Yeah. But my initial premise was more so the destruction, of what, what I was kind of talking to you about.
Okay, so let's do this. Let me read these super chats. I'm gonna pose a couple questions. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Bob with the 10 ounces. Why Callie always look ill? What? Hamp, great show as always. As Abe with the 10 ounces. Nowadays, any man willing to marry a woman is above average as a man, especially in his ideals. How much money a man has means nothing when I look at him. Make it make sense. Many wrong men have money, so be careful. Dre with the 2000. Lauren, me too. As Abe with the 2000. What do y'all consider average? Money is not the barometer. As Abe with the 2000. Average is in the mind of the beholder. Dre on the grind with the 2000. May someone start twerking or tweaking? Jesus Christ. There's what the $10 says. Do you think the content creation and push for women in the workplace with higher wages than men have inflated expectation? Is that why this is harder to really talk about? I think these reasons definitely apply. Caesar's Palace with the $5 says the United States had 58,228 in disposal income per capita in 2022. Latest information, the most of any nation. Hamp, it's only about money again. Shaking my head. Dre on the grind with the $2. Hamp, stop nodding off. No, I was just listening. Joel with the $10. Y'all are conflating average with stagnant. A man can be overall average in terms of looks and personality and still be ambitious about treating his woman well and improving his earning potential. But Joel, here's the thing, right? When we looked at the personality traits, even a lady steered away from beta. Yeah, when I asked, if you didn't speak up, I can't read your mind.
I spoke a lot in that segment.
When I asked the question, nobody rooted for beta. What Callie said was that I was mischaracterizing beta, but the conversation was actually about masculinity. Nobody stuck up for beta and said, I want a beta man.
What I said was, I like a little bit toxic masculinity then, but I also want to conversate, someone that can communicate. I said, I'm a little bit toxic, I guess, because I want a man that ain't going to run when I'm running and it's going to protect and tell me to be quiet. Like I said that all already. So I said, can I get an 80-20? I do want a communicator and someone to care about my feelings. If you're going to tell me to shut the F up, come and love me afterwards.
Let me ask you a question. Is it 80% beta?
No.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
As Abe with the $5 says, name someone who is not average. KS had a bogus ideology, Callie. Men are no good after they have a child either, Callie. Onikasu with the $2 says, yeah, I'm about to go koala brain after this.
What does that mean?
Oh. Caesar's Palace with the $2 says, love seat, mic drop. No words, you said it all. Salute. Dre on the grind with the $2 says, pours London a Long Island. They know what's popping with the 50 ball said, this will not be an honest conversation about being average. When the term is majority used in a derogatory manner in our culture. Motivation to be above average is culture on its own for a reason. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Salute the Thanos for the 50. Man, oh man. All right, let me see. As Abe with the $5 says, are you giving numbers for looks only because men treat gorgeous looking women terrible? It's YouTube talking points, Lauren. I never knew either. Let me see. GTO, salute my G.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. Ever got one of those 5? Please maintain it.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
There ain't no salute with the 20 membership. If you got blessed, man, it's paid for the first month. After that, please maintain the membership. We on the road to 1,000 membership.
Shit like that.
We are getting close. Salute to all my brothers coming through, showing wild love, man. 20 is a lot. That's another 15 right there. Shalom, Ak, I appreciate you. On the road to 1,000, man. We got like 200 more left to go. Salute to my brothers, man. For real. As Abe with the $5 says, top tier, quote unquote. Men get played too. They know it. They drive themselves crazy if they land on a beautiful woman because they know their money is beautiful, not them. Salute D for becoming a member. I think it's an upgrade. D was popping. As Abe with the $2 says, name a man who is high value. Name. I don't know. Denzel. Dre on the grind with the $2 says, don't ever move in with a woman. As Abe with the $5 says, name me a man who is above other men and tell me why you think that. Women like who they like unless they have an agenda to take him for money or eating out. All right. Y'all think about this. I'm going to read the rest. Joel with the $5 says, love, you absolutely said a man that makes $5,000 more than you wasn't doing well enough. This whole conversation should not apply to you then.
Joel, I really want you to honestly, listen, you sit there and you throw these shots, but then you always want to hide behind the LOL. And how other people have said in the chat, you know, people grow. And I may have said that before, but listen to what I'm saying now. People change. So what I said, 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago, if I didn't say it tonight, just take what I said. Like, you can sit there and write the transcript out of everything I said and then try to throw it back when you think it's contradicting. But thanks for the $4.99, nigga.
So the MC Heavy shit. Thank you for the $10 cash app, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right. Let's say I move from the premise of maybe it's not the men's fault as we mine out this conversation. I want to ask Nay, it's just a question. Have you dealt with a situation where he wasn't ready, try to act like he is, and the shit hits the fan in different ways? Nay, what you think?
Yeah, I have, and it went left bad.
So the man wasn't ready in this instance, was it you that wasn't ready in this instance?
He wasn't ready.
In what ways was he not ready?
Mentally, I ain't gonna say physically because I ain't all the way there. I'm getting there, but I ain't all the way there myself. So I can't. But mentally, he wasn't there.
What was his mental? Like, what was the breakdown in his mental when you saying he wasn't there?
So our mental were different. I'm goal oriented. He was party oriented. He wanted to go out and he wanted to showboat. He was materialistic. That's not me. I want to put a plan in motion. I shouldn't feel like I'm the man in the situation. I shouldn't be like, oh, well, this is gonna be the plan and this is where we gonna go with it. No.
Okay.
I shouldn't have to be the one to sit down and try to make out a plan and be like, well, this is what I got set for myself, what you got set for yourself. If you can't tell me what you got set for yourself, then it's not gonna I shouldn't feel like I have more to lose than you. We should be able to come here and, like Love C said, build. We both should feel like we got something to lose in this situation in the end.
Oh, okay. So he was party oriented. Was he being late to work? Was he being early? Was he lazy? What was he doing?
He works very well, but you know, when you want to go out and party on a work night and then you get, you know, caught up in your party and then you 2-3 hours late for your job, it's stuff like that. I can't. Your priorities is off when you do stuff like that, and it shows me like if we gonna take it down that road, I'm losing.
So, did you bring this to said man's attention?
Absolutely.
What was the response?
It doesn't matter. So then it didn't matter. So now, you know.
What didn't matter?
The going out and, you know, being late and basically not having the priorities in order.
Okay. Your priorities or was he not paying his bills? Did he maintain his own home? Was it
he paid his bills, but everything when he started going out more and being late to work and all that, then his job is on the line.
Okay.
And once your job is on the line and you don't have a backup plan for it, or you trying to figure out how you finna save your job, then what are we doing?
Okay. Did the man lose his job?
Close enough. If it wasn't for me, he probably would have. Because I had to put a plan in motion. Sacrifices. We're gonna start prioritizing. You're gonna stop doing this. You're gonna stop doing that. This is what you need to start doing.
So
Save his job.
Now, what was the man saying? Because I hear you laying out his actions. What was he saying to you?
He grown. He's a grown man. He can do what he want.
What I'm saying is, well, did he sell you a dream?
Did he sell me a dream?
Yeah. Did he tell you, yo, look, I'm trying to settle, I'm trying to do this X, Y, and Z? Or was that
Oh, well,
what you
yeah.
wanted? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Did his actions match that he wanted to settle down and do the family thing and etc.? Was he saying that, and did it match?
In the beginning.
What parts in the beginning?
When he was showing the wanting to settle down, you know, doing his big one, stepping up to the plate, doing what he's supposed to, and all that good stuff.
Okay.
But then, you know, again, y'all before when it's late bloomers out here and they get into a certain environment and then they get access to more women type thing. Then it's a thing of, okay, now I feel like I'm where I so now it's time for me to take a step back. But when a discussion came about of, okay, you're not ready for this, you need to go out, get your whole phase out.
Okay.
And then step back into a relationship. I'm not waiting, but then you step back into the relationship dynamic.
Okay. So you say, yo, go get your rocks off, then you could come circle, you could spin a block?
No, not on me, but whenever he was ready for a relationship.
Why couldn't he spin a block if he knew he had to get it out of the system?
Not over here.
But why? I guess
I
I'm
shouldn't.
asking.
It shouldn't take for a woman to tell a man when it's time for him to do what he need to do or go out and get it out of his system. Like, you knew you wasn't ready when you didn't have that out of your system, so you shouldn't have even came in playing that role.
So he played a role, and then he started to, was it step back from that role throughout time?
Say that one more time.
So he was playing a role, right? You started feeling him. Did he start to step back from that role gradually, or did you start to see a gradual change?
No. It
But
was.
how you know he like fucking with the hoes?
It okay. So we had a conversation, right?
Okay.
And to the conversation, it was. I'm not gonna say, but it was. It was a conversation we had one day, and you know, he was just like, he want to women. So I was just like, okay, well, you know, if you want to do that, then, you know, go experience other women. I don't have a problem with that. We weren't in a, you know, committed relationship.
Okay.
Go experience other women. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I take it, you know, do your thing. No,
Okay.
I don't want to. He missed me when he said this. I don't want to experience other women. It's just a thought because he's seen the way other men talk about the experience, wanted to experience, so it didn't make sense. So then my next question was, so where are you going with it? What are you gonna do?
And what?
So then it just, I took a slight step back.
Okay.
And I'm observing the situation.
And so he articulated that he was at the very least curious with what other men have been saying when it comes to having access to multiple women. So it doesn't sound like he was super duper misleading. He let you know what his interest was. And then when he conveyed his interest, you took a step back. And then
that's where the whole commitment talk came in, and it was a no for me.
What you mean? Who started talking about
It's too many, because we had a conversation, sat down, hey, I'm ready for commitment. I'm ready to, I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to do that. And it was a no for me. It was a no.
Wait. He told you that he was curious about having multiple women and then started talking about relationship?
Put him in the bathroom.
Yes.
He must have been young. Was he young? Like how old? Like how was he? Oh, he was young. Oh, okay.
Nah, he ain't young. Well, he older than me, but he,
How old is he?
He's slightly older than me.
In his 30s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would that man hold on? Why would he say, yo, I'm interested, I'm curious in what men say it's like to have multiple women, and then say, but fuck all that, I want a relationship?
That's manipulation tactic, and to having his cake and eating it too, but it just wasn't gonna work around here.
So after he alluded to the relationship, you denied him?
Yeah.
And then he went outside?
No.
What you mean?
Nope.
Were y'all in a relationship?
I even pushed the issue for him to go experience and do that thing, right? And it was still I want to, let's work, let's get it together, let's do this, let's do that.
No, he didn't want that. So I think I missed something. So y'all weren't officially together. Y'all weren't officially together.
No, it was too much.
Oh, y'all weren't officially
mentally draining after about 3 months. 3 or 4 months, it became mentally draining.
I think that's why he did what he did.
Yeah, it became
because I guess because you were willing to work with him, you thought, okay, I could possibly fit her into this. I just gotta figure out how to finagle my way in. And then once I'm in. Because you kept trying to work with him and y'all weren't even together.
And that was my fault.
So who's in the wrong?
Say that again.
Is that a question for the
Yeah, who's in the wrong?
Wouldn't it be both of them? Would it not be
that
both?
would be too easy to if he's saying either or.
Oh, okay.
Because it sounds like the man was feeling her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he doing what he need to do to gain access.
Mm-hmm.
He start to level up, right? He also got pressure on him from her. I don't like your plan, etc., etc. Right? As he leveling up, now other women are coming around.
Mm-hmm.
Now he looking like, well, damn, she ain't pressing me. She ain't pressing me. Shorty, I'm feeling you, but yo, I never knew what it was like to have access to multiple women. But I'm conveying this to you. Well, at the same time, I'm trying to be with you. She saying, I don't like that shit. I'm gonna take a step back. You do you. And then he do him. Now she mad at the nigga.
Wait, did she say that? Were you mad at him?
I'm nah, yeah. She now bothered, man. I ain't saying she was throwing, flipping tables.
No, I
Shout
mean,
out to
like,
Weezy.
did it affect you?
You say it again?
Like, was there like a tinge of like feeling when you figured out he was doing him after you told him to?
It was more so of the respect conversation that we had, because we were still in each other's lives, and I was telling him, like, if you're gonna pursue other women, I'd rather not be in that situation to make it look like it's more than what it is. Because I've been in a situation like that where I was, the girlfriend, and then there was another chick, and I'm thinking she just, on some other stuff. So I'm like, just out of me being respectful, I would rather you just let me know, like,
For clarity, are we talking about a fling or somebody you were in a relationship with? Or was this a fling?
It wasn't a fling because
was it a situation?
How many years or how many months? 3 months?
Close to a year. Close to a year.
Oh, a year. About it. Okay.
So it's a situationship, right?
Wait.
Is that what
I can't say it again.
So I think Jalen wants some clarification, and I'm asking you. So it's not like y'all were just hooking up, but also, so you were in a situationship, right? Like
right, because the hooking up was barely there. I'm gonna tell you that. It was barely there.
So all of this that you explained thus far happened in the first 3 months, right?
First, about 4 or 5 months.
Okay. And after you experienced all of this tumultuousness, you still allowed him access to you.
Communication wise, yeah.
Okay, so to answer your question, Hamp, if I had to choose, it's her fault.
I just said that. It's my fault.
I have a question.
No, because he asked a question to the whole
I do have a question real quick about the guy. What all of a sudden made him have access to a lot more women all of a sudden? He's 31. So how did he gain more access to women? He never did it before. So what all of a sudden happened? Uh-oh.
We were just talking about the whole, it's about money to certain females, So when you spend a certain amount in a certain situation, then, they gon' connect.
Wait, so he's going on strippers? Like I'm what?
It wasn't a stripper. But
he was spending money on other women ultimately.
Pretty much. He ended up spending money on a chick, and
were you helping him financially, or were y'all like, did y'all have nothing together? Were you benefiting, like he was taking care of something? Like, I'm just trying to understand, at one point y'all were dating, courting, whatever it is, and then the next, as he started getting better, he wanted you to be like, oh, I want to go out and like try what else I can do? Or were you like, I'm not really feeling this, so I want to do something else?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know what was going on in his mind. The finances were already there. You know what I'm saying? But with me, it's never about money, because I get out and make my own money. So you can't impress me with coins. You can't impress me with dollar signs. Your mental has to be there. Like, we have to have some type of connection. Okay, yeah, you got some type of aesthetic there. But if down and talk to you, you make sense of what you're saying, and I can't. It's just not there. You get what I'm saying?
But it seems like the mentalities didn't connect, though, from what you explained.
And that's what I ultimately realized.
So were you banking on his potential then?
Say that again.
Were you banking on his potential?
I was.
Okay. Now this makes sense. Because at first I was very confused. I'm gonna be real with you, but now it makes sense.
Well,
so I think this is it, and maybe I don't want to go too far, but I think the way that we are taught to date people is like, I'm going to meet you where you are, but the expectation is like, we're going to level up. I think for us here, at least for me, the reality of he's average, he's going to be average. It is what it is. Okay, got it. But I think a lot of times what is taught is like, you date the potential and y'all work and quote unquote ride or die and build. And maybe that for me is like, I feel like building together is just that's a normal process. So I think maybe we need to reimagine, like, this is it. Now we're going to be happy with this is it, but this is it. There's no more. Like, is that what you're saying? Or Jay,
is it's no.
If you're going to bank on potential, that's totally fine, but give that opportunity to somebody who is actually showing you the qualities that will last for however long you're trying to make this last. This person that she gave that opportunity to obviously was not the right one to do that for.
Well, I guess I wonder, right? As we mine it through, right? And there's, you know, I'm there. I know there's information out there, right? But based on the story, if I asked the question, "What did he do wrong?" would you have an answer of what he did wrong?
Ultimately, like, just are you asking me or
Not you, Nay, but just based on the general sentiment that she laid out, right? It doesn't seem far fetched like that would happen. But I'm asking, what based on what she told us, what did he do wrong? Tell the truth.
No, he didn't do anything wrong. Because she's the one in the situation that went into it looking for something specific. It seemed like he was just going with whatever she wanted, and then in the process figured out, oh, I got access to other women. So that kind of put a monkey wrench in that.
What
so
did
I
she
don't think
do?
he did anything wrong.
So to me, it didn't sound like she was dating for potential. It sounded like she was dating, hoping that the mindset would change. So potential would be like you're in college and you're getting ready to go on a trajectory where your career is going to take off. But it sounded more like, Nick, this is what I heard you saying. Tell me if I got it wrong. That you had a mindset where you were like more goal oriented and you wanted to make a plan and then see the success of the plan. He was more like live in the moment, YOLO. I want to go hang out, have fun, and I would rather spend my money to do things that make me happy now, right? So there's like that's not a potential to do better. That's he would have had to had a complete mindset change to meet you where you were and you two be on the same page, right?
That sounds way better than what I said.
So there was no relationship though, so I'm confused. Was there a relationship or no?
No.
So that's all this is. I don't get it.
Yeah,
You're
so
just
there was no relationship, but you still feel like at one point did he say like, hey, I can see us working out, or hey, I see more for us?
No,
Like,
yeah. At one point he actually asked for a committed relationship, and I told him no because it was when
At
he
what point? At
expressed
what
to
point
me.
was that? At what point? What month was this? What point?
Like the 4th month in.
While you guys were having all these disagreements.
And that's why I said no. It was too much. It was too much conflicting going on.
So
for me to
if
even
you went
agree
in,
to it.
right? So if you went into
months.
it expecting a relationship with this man, he asked you, "Do you want to be in a committed relationship?" You say no. Why
Because
did you
it started
continue
here.
afterwards with him?
Because it started here and then it went here.
Right, I get that part,
Like
but why did you continue after? If you were in it dead set about a relationship, you were intentional.
No, we continue to communicate after, but it was like take a step
Right,
back.
there's still access. That's still access to you.
So were y'all still being intimate within these 6 months?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Even if we know
So
even
y'all
if there's no
intimate
sexual
and then-
shit on the table at the moment, if you're still talking to them and y'all have already been sexual, they think, oh, one day. That's
no. No.
Well, then what was the point in still communicating with them?
Because we started as friends.
Okay.
So potential.
Started as
So
friends.
So even in the sense that you started as friends and y'all were in a situationship, for you, you believe that at some point there was potentially some type of potential that y'all would go to the next level. Is that where you were? Not a fact. Just in a little bit in your mind, like, you know what? It
Y'all
could work
jumping.
out.
Well, first off, y'all jumping over. So let me. This is how you do it.
Okay.
Jay, like if somebody's asking questions, let their question land, see if they have a follow-up, and then jump in because it made because Nay's getting different questions, different angles. So it sounded like she was on a particular path, and then not saying you derailed her, Tiff. I think it's on par, but it's just different how people pose questions can be different and kind of
That's right. I interrupted. I got you.
no,
And
I
I don't
mean,
like let it marinate. So yeah, I got you.
But
go ahead.
essentially, my point was respectfully, if you're saying you're intentional with being in a relationship, you can't also say that, well, this person can still have access to me afterwards, even though they're not giving me what I want. Like, you move on after that, is my opinion.
And you
there's no point in talking to him.
A nigga threw the Hail Mary and you called a timeout.
Yeah, you still said no. So at that point, it's like, oh, game over.
And then like y'all have access, so you still feel like you guys are attached. And then when he talks up because he's not getting sex, and then he's talking about exploring other women, but then even circles back talking about a
But
relationship
he
after
asked.
getting no. Go
You
ahead.
said what?
And then asked. You said he inquired about a relationship after telling you he's interested in exploring women after getting no cheeks in 6 months.
Okay. So within the 4 months, he said something about women. That fourth month, he wanted a commitment. I said no.
Okay.
It was too many red flags starting to be raised for me. Because if he
Okay.
wanted to explore, it should have been said in the beginning.
Okay.
And
So
then
now how many months go
started,
by?
disagreement started. It wasn't, there was no communicating effectively going on in the situation to where we could make it past just communicate, like just having a conversation without having a disagreement, because he had to be right.
Are you articulating the reason why? Are you articulating the reason why you rejected him in the 4 month span, or is this after you rejected him?
I rejected him after that.
So once y'all were arguing, he's like, "Look, let's just be together. It'll change things." You said no because our communication is off.
The communication sucked. There was we had no solutions to anything.
Okay.
We kept arguing, and there was no solutions and no results coming at the end of it. So why would you ask me for a commitment if we're in the middle of argument and can't understand why we're arguing?
Fair. So now 6 months pass, right? You're not having sex. Y'all just being friends like y'all started. Okay. He comes to a point where he articulates, "Hey, I'm interested in other women." And then at that point still says, "But I would like to be with you."
He wanted to work on us and then work on a relationship. Words were, work on you, work on me. We build a relationship. But you're interested in other women.
Right, but the point.
He said we're gonna go with the flow. That's what he said. It had to be what he said, or something to that effect. We're gonna see where this goes. He didn't say I want
with the flow.
I mean, what'd you say, Nay?
I said our voice going with the. I wanted to go with the flow. I wanted to slowly progress into things, but it was just everything started coming in at too much. Like it was too many situations coming in at one.
But you didn't.
He started expressing too much at one time for me. I couldn't do it. It was too much at one time.
You said it. You said wait.
Hold on.
You set an expectation. That's not going with the flow. You set an expectation of being in a relationship with him.
Yes, eventually getting into a relationship.
That's not going with the flow.
Because he said it. He alluded to it. She picked it up. Here we are.
He alluded to it because she made it clear first that she wanted a relationship.
No, he spoke about marriage. He spoke about wanting a family. He spoke about wanting a relationship. I voiced
With
in the beginning
who?
that I wasn't ready for a relationship.
So he offered it month 1?
4.
Yes. No,
No.
month 1, he talked about marriage, family. Month 4, he wanted to commit it.
He said he would like to have that one day, or he said, I really want to have this one day with you.
Yeah.
And then month 4, he wanted commitment.
So through month 1 and month 4, you did not want a relationship. You did not. That was not an expectation of yours from month
She
1 to month.
denied him. She denied him month 4. So by proxy of that, no, she didn't, because she didn't like how they were showing up for each other.
No, she denied him month 1 if he offered it.
No, he didn't offer it. He was talking about his intention.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Did he offer it month 1 or not, Nay?
Come on, y'all. Listen to me. Listen to me. He talked about what he wanted for his life trajectory in month 1, and he liked her, and so he expressed it to her. And then in month 4, even when they were getting things weren't quite aligning, he said, "Okay, let's take the next step." And they said no, because we're not even communicating effectively. In which case, she didn't have sex with him anymore. Now 5-6 months pass. He starts expressing the fact that he want to explore other women, but he still want to be in her life. And at that point, she wasn't feeling that. And so then he clapped cheek. He went outside.
I guess
I
there
just don't.
was no
I don't
relationship.
see
Then they
where
was
he.
just talking anyway.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
was
see
no
what the big deal
relationship.
is.
So he to Callie's point, he had the levity to do that because he wasn't committed to anybody. And generally speaking, men ain't cutting off a bunch of women before he get a commitment. He not going to cut off women and then say, "Hey, so I cut all these women off. You want to be together?" Oftentimes, you'll be together and then they'll start getting cut off. And the same thing happens with women. I think women probably do it sooner, but generally speaking, men gonna keep that stable or roster or that tennis team until they actually get into commitment.
Yeah, I don't see where he switched up.
That's not what I heard, but okay.
Well, listen to me. That's all.
I don't think she didn't say that. That's my point.
She did say all that, and y'all were even messing up what she literally said to you in the moment, sis. You didn't comprehend it.
I don't think she said that.
Oh my God. Okay.
But hell, it is what it is. I heard something different.
Just mute for a second, says you got a little feedback. So that's what I'm trying to say. What did the man do that? Like, where was he wrong? And this is what I mean. Like, so we'll look at the man and say he wasn't ready. But if we look at the story, and I don't think this is a far-fetched story, take it off and nay, I can hear this happening. But the man will be characterized like an ain't shit nigga.
Well, why would he tell her that we're not together, but we potentially could be together?
He wasn't with her for the 5 months when he said it. He wasn't with her.
We're in a situationship, and I see you, I feel you.
Nick,
Now that I've leveled up,
clarity question. They not having sex for 5-6 months. That's a situationship?
I don't think she said they weren't having sex. She said that they stopped. So
that's what I'm saying. For
5-6 having sex.
Month 1 or 4.
We stopped having sex month 4.
Oh my God, are y'all listening? Come on, y'all. Come on. So in 5-6 months, they ain't having sex. That ain't a situationship. That's his man's in them. Like, am I tripping? Like, what?
2 months,
where
we
did he
didn't
go
have
wrong?
sex for 2 months, Ham. We didn't have sex for 2 months, Ham.
See, now we need that information, though. See, that's not what was said before.
But that's what she just said.
You see why we're getting confused, Ham? Like,
Well, I mean, you said almost a year, so I'm thinking y'all was at least dealing with each other for at least 9 months.
Right. We started off as friends, and then we went into the serious. It lasted for about 7, but we stopped having sex at month 4.
So y'all starting off as friends is included in the 7 months?
No, there was no sex in the beginning. It was strictly platonic. It was nothing.
What month did y'all take it, do something different? You experimented with each other. Was it like month 4 or month 3? And after the experiment, then it's just like, no.
What was the beginning? I couldn't hear you.
So you said month 1, or y'all started off as just friends, right? Then you said you kind of, y'all had your situationship and you were being intimate.
At month 6.
Month 6. So you said, so 2 months, nothing. And while you're dating, 4 months. Then you said he offered or told you he wanted to be potentially in a committed relationship, right? He threw it out there. You felt like he was developed enough. So you're like, no, not right now. And then he starts to level up and then says, hey, I want to see other people. Are we on track?
Yeah.
No,
No,
you're
it's
not
not
on
seeing other
track.
people, but he started dealing with he expected to explore other women.
Why would he even say that if y'all wasn't together?
But because that was his words. He respected me.
Think about this, y'all. Before he starts talking to other women while not in a relationship ever, he says, yo, I'm about to start trying other women. I just want to let you know that because you know, we explored options with each other and we slept with each other. Nay, I don't see where he was wrong. Like, I don't see what he did wrong in this situation. Like, when we mine it out in terms of the information that we have, right? Where he had
that?
Huh?
You talking about where he had me fucked up at? While we stopped
No,
communicating?
no, but we're talking about the process before he even gets there, right? Would be like, oh, he wasn't ready. But what was articulated is he had things to work on, but did the pros outweigh the cons? Right? So if the pros outweigh the cons, but you denied the man twice, sound like
it was too much
still
arguing.
Stuck around. No, we understand people argue, right? But the pros didn't outweigh the cons. Then we looking now, where did the man make the mistake? Sound like he was mad transparent, talking about, hey, I'm about to go mess with other girls, and y'all ain't even been in a relationship ever.
No, he was very transparent. That's what I asked him to be. I asked him to be transparent. I told him, don't ever lie to me.
Okay.
That's why when he told me, I said, okay, well, do your thing.
Okay.
But then in turns say, well, no, it's just the thought of seeing other men and hearing their experience, and it didn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, what does that tell you? Don't fellas don't overshare?
Now what?
Yeah, he overshared.
No, he got what he wanted.
Oh, that nigga overshared.
You didn't have to
too much information.
They're not in a relationship. He never had to tell her that
last part wasn't necessary.
He could have just.
And we're not even in a relationship. I'm gonna tell you, I'm about to start seeing other people.
That's not.
You should assume I'm seeing other people.
We're not committed. We doing what we do. Why are you gonna come up to me? Like, if you're doing something outside of it, I don't need to know that. Why are you trying to tell me that? To me, it's like, was he trying to hurt you or manipulate you because you wouldn't say, "Hey, let's be together"? Because it sounded kind of wild.
I don't think so.
It could just be because he may have assumed how she would react if he didn't tell her.
Gay.
But she said, tell him they were friends.
If he didn't tell me, I wouldn't know.
Some of the truth, right?
I asked for him to
but
I wasn't mad at him for telling the truth. I respected him for telling the truth.
If you would have found out a different way, would you have been upset?
Yeah, I would have been mad because
Okay, that's why I'm saying if he didn't say it and you found out a different way, it wouldn't have went the way it went, where you're just chilling about it. So that's probably why he felt like he needed to say it.
Yeah, he overshared. That's the key takeaway.
He definitely did. He definitely did.
Damn, and that's what I mean, right? Like, so, and this
Don't you
is
ever do that.
this,
Let's make sure
but
you don't
this
do
is
it.
the thing, right? Why I got hung up on the average and all that, and these expectations and etc. Because he would be characterized, right? If we didn't mind it, he'd be characterized like, yo, he was bullshitting.
Mhm.
And
He was
obviously,
bullshitting him. He was
okay.
bullshitting the whole time.
Why,
He knew
sis?
he knew how to talk to her. He
Okay.
knew how to get what he wanted, and then ultimately he pieced out. That's it in a nutshell. He
He
is
didn't get the
bullshit.
relationship he asked for,
He didn't
sis.
want it.
Yeah, that was
Huh?
He
That
didn't
was a
want no
ploy.
relationship.
That was a tactic. So she might have been ready to like dip out. So it's that, oh well, wait a minute. It could the potential when you hear that, like that's the cuss word. That's a cuss word in a relationship. Because
He
there's this
said, I'm trying to be together. And
after 4 months.
she said no after 4 months. What did he
Yeah,
what
but if he wanted a
he,
relationship, he would have came in the door with the relationship. She said when she started out, she was goal oriented. He wanted to party and live it up. So he did exactly what he wanted to do. And he did what he wanted to do.
I think
She was thinking that maybe I don't know what your thought process was, but as
you
long as
know
you
what's
allow people to
crazy?
do what they want to do, they're going to do what it is that they want to do. And then he felt like, hey, this might be going down the drain. So hold on real quick. What you want, a relationship? Oh yeah, I can do that. You want to have a relationship? Then like he played he played along with what was going to keep him in the position that he wanted to be in. So where you're saying like he overshared, that's where it starts to be like I'm playing into the hand that I was dealt. So
When you
I think they just
overshare,
had different ideas of what a relationship was. She's talking like a relationship means you sit down, and he like a relationship don't mean I gotta sit down.
no,
true.
when he overshare and start telling her the truth, he don't want to be with her particularly. And it goes for any woman. If a man tell you they're seeing other women, they don't want you.
I've heard
I
the
thought
quote
that was
that
after.
men lie to the women that they love and they tell the truth to the woman that he'll never be with. So if he loves you, he's gonna lie to you. But if he really don't care, he's gonna tell you the truth.
So are you saying that he only said let's do a relationship because he knew she was gonna say no?
I think to me it
He
sounds
knew it
like
would keep her on the hook.
it was like a bait. It was like, oh, it could
Yeah.
happen. Oh, maybe. Well, I know you said no, but I'm gonna throw it out there so I look like a good guy. It's like,
Wow.
it sounds like a bunch of manipulation.
Yeah, he
Okay,
tested her
so
stance for sure.
he
Happens to
asked her
everybody.
to be with her so that he can manipulate her.
When he asked you to be with him, did you sincerely believe
no,
that
I
that's
don't
what
think it was.
I'm asking? Like, Nate, did you feel like that's really what
Leading.
he wanted, or do you feel like it was going like through the emotions?
he was going through emotions. That's
Leading
exactly what it
question.
was.
Oh my god.
Yes.
If this was court and I said leading, if I said leading, they would have sustained me. Come on, man.
That's
Come
So
on.
I'm learning, and I told you I'm willing to learn. So how would I have approached that question without being mean? Because she gave everything. She gave the information. It's clear that we've agreed that it wasn't a relationship, but it wasn't like just doing what we do.
Okay.
He's
You guys
kind of
are.
the relationship in front of her.
Mhm.
She gets to push that first kickback, like, yeah, no, I don't want it. He's gonna come back and dangle it, and she's like, oh, okay, you
Mhm.
don't want it. I'm gonna see other people. Why ask you to be with me? It's
Uh,
manipulation. It's
when
weird.
you guys were arguing, you said you had a bunch of stuff to work on. Did you want to not be with him when you guys were arguing?
Like relationship wise?
Yeah, like cause were y'all having sex
No.
at that time? Yes.
The sex wasn't really there. Like
I didn't ask you that. Were you guys having sex? Yes.
while we were arguing, no. We had
Well,
sex
no,
one
I'm
time.
saying
We had sex one time. And I'm
you
gonna be
guys were
honest. We
intimate.
argued for like on and off for like a month straight. It was that
Sure,
bad.
that happens. Were you guys intimate though, right? And did the relationship turn from platonic to intimate
Yeah.
before the argument? Were you feeling him? Did he see your kids, etc., shit like that? Did you trust him?
Yeah.
Right. So it was beyond platonic at that point, even if sex wasn't in
Yeah.
abundance. Right. Even while arguing, did you want to not see him or not be around him or not be with him or try to make it work? Did you not want those things while arguing?
We didn't see no, as far as like seeing each other, no, we didn't see each other, but we still communicated. So I'm gonna say no.
So did you still like him when you were arguing?
Hmm?
Did you threaten him with not like talking to him or not arguing with him or not wanting to be around him? Like sincerely, did you threaten him?
Couple times.
Okay. So you're saying you meant it when you said I ain't fucking with you no more.
Couple times.
Okay. Did he use the let's be together at one of those times, or did he use it independent of one of those times?
No, I ain't gonna put too much information in there, but he was going through some type of emotions at the time and then threw that out there.
Yeah. Do you think he was sincere in his request?
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, we can only go off what you're telling us. So I guess you guys' assertion is correct. Although we walked it
He's
all
not
the
an
way
ill will
down.
guy, but I don't think nah.
Okay. Well, we walked it all the way down, but it comes back to this. So it seems though you guys see it as manipulation. Okay. Callie, you see it the same way?
No, I don't see it as manipulation.
How do you see it?
Well, if she thought that he threw it out there or whatever and didn't mean it, then how can you be manipulated?
Okay. So do you think he threw it out there sincerely? Or you think he was just throwing it out there for fear that she was going to leave him, even though she never left?
No, like I said, I think they just had different ideas of what a relationship was. Because before, in the beginning, she was talking about, he's still going out and things like that. And it sounded like she thought that being in a relationship mean you don't go out no more.
Nah, I ain't saying that.
Well, I don't understand what the problem was then.
She said he was being irresponsible, about to lose his job. He was a mess. That's what she's tacked on to him going out. That was just a that was just happening before he was
Ask me a
going out
question.
messing up.
You were having sex with this person?
Say it again.
I said, and you were having sex with this person? Like you gave him sex?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not manipulation.
Okay. Yeah, it's not manipulation. He got everything he wanted out of the situation. What could he manipulate out of it?
That's what I'm trying to understand.
There's nothing really else to manipulate.
I just don't like that he tried it in the first place. That's what I'm stuck on.
Girl.
Girl. He tried it.
Tried it heavy, but
I wish you would dangle a relationship on my head.
But she was also giving him like I'm gonna leave you type shit too, Lauren. She was saying I don't want to
be dangle a relationship in front of somebody who ain't checking for no relationship.
Yeah.
But I thought you wanted a relationship
So
in the
that's
first
the
month.
Girl,
that's
we
the
just
part that
confused,
she
girl. We
did.
just
She wanted, didn't she? She wanted a relationship. That's the part that I'm saying was manipulation or going along to get along, however you want to call it. I think
Nay
when you
wanted a
just
relationship. You wanted a relationship, Nay? It was him talking about
Eventually,
marriage.
at the moment, yeah, no, at the moment,
Yeah,
no.
he was talking about marriage in the beginning and stuff. She wasn't talking about no relationship.
She
Oh,
just said
I'm
eventually.
She
talking
just
about
said
in month. I'm talking
eventually.
about in month 4, not at the very beginning.
He was talking
In
about
month,
relationship in month 4 and in month 1, and she denied him both times. How? Where? I don't understand. She was saying the reason why because they were arguing like shit.
okay.
So she,
That I think
Yeah.
sometimes do you,
ooh,
you
child.
know, I don't know. Could you say emotionally the way that you felt for him, or at one time, like, was it just because it's different when we just are cool, we just the homies, just doing what we do, or did you genuinely, if it had been a different time, would you have seriously considered being in a relationship with him?
Yeah, had it been a different time, yeah. But I expressed to him that I wasn't mentally ready for a relationship at the moment.
Why?
So
Wait. Well, Tiff. Why? Why would you consider a relationship with him if it was a different time, with everything that he came with and the
be,
arguments that he had?
she just said it
Because
because she wasn't mentally there. So, like Callie said, how is he gonna use "I want to be with you" as like a sticking point when she already saying I ain't even in the mindset of relationship? That's that weapon don't work.
so I okay. So maybe this is why I know it might seem like mentally kind of off, but wasn't the initial question, have you ever been with someone and you were ready, but they weren't ready?
Um.
Wasn't
Yeah,
that your initial question?
it was.
Okay.
Okay. So he was ready.
No, so I'm saying that I went into the story thinking that Nate
He
was ready and he wasn't ready because that was the question that we were answering. So when you keep on saying no, she didn't want the relationship, that's when I was like, okay. Because the basis of the question is, have anybody ever been in a situation where you were with somebody and you were ready, but they weren't ready?
yes, it went into a
100%. See, I
Okay.
agree.
yeah.
However, the answer people can answer incorrectly and start answering how they answer, in which we minding out. But you saying
No,
you
I'm
stuck.
I'm speaking from my own self where I got lost. That's all. I'm not. That's
I
all
got
I'm
you.
saying.
I got you. I just hear it as
Sorry,
this is
guys.
hot. Hot. No, you're fine. I hear it as it's problematic, right? Because again, even at the end of this, the man here in this situation was. I'm gonna use a very strong term. I don't mean it like that. I just don't have a better one. Demonized for what he did during this year span, and I'm just listening. Like, how does he become the manipulator in this situation, or the one who was using tactics? It doesn't sound like that to me when we go step by step.
Oh, it sounds like he knew, he was aware of what she wanted from him in the beginning because she tried to get him to act right. She tried to get him to do right. She had to remind him. Remember, she saved his job and all of the above. Well, helped
Mm-hmm.
him save his job and see the light. Like, you need to get better.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, shoot, I'm gonna do all this and you gonna stick with me. Well, then we going for a ride.
And that's how it happens, sis.
Looks like it. Because I've seen it before. I mean, it's not the first time I've heard something similar to this.
So you saying when you hear this, this isn't. This is
This is
you
not
know,
unique.
and men be playing.
Very much so.
We just said tell y'all whatever we think is gonna work.
That's a fact.
Mm.
It could
So
be
what?
below average, average, or above average, whatever that is.
Okay. How do you know if a man's serious or not?
It has to be the actions. It has to be the actions. has to be actions.
What are they?
They they just look like commitment. They look like maybe intentional sacrifice, things like that.
Let me read these. As Abe, says, as Abe with the 2000 says, Thanos, I totally agree. Lionheart with the $5 says they can't see it because they all came from the standpoint they can change a man. Pound not a man, pound pause, AMD, pound no disrespectful tone, just in case. Aaron with the 2000 going to the next gas station because it's cheaper. RLC with the $5 says when women talk about ambition, I say, as an example, I'm a teacher and I love my job. Do I need to strive to be a principal? That's not for everybody. Okay, with the $2 says, why the fuck are they acting dumb to average Americans? Aaron Woe with the $2 says, couple date nights twice a month is average. Jonathan with the $2 says, Callie, I need to hit the blunt. This is weird. Twan G with the $5 says, why does it sound like she reads this in chapter in some book? Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $2 says, Hamp, translate this. I think we understand where they're coming from. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, Nay, you need a PowerPoint presentation with graph charts for this story. Dane Oates with the $10 says, tell him again, tell him again. What song is this? Tell me again, tell me again. I can't hear it. Dre on the grind with the $2 says, he just wanted vagina. He was lying to you. So Dre agrees then, I think. Dre on the grind with the $2 6 months for boxes. Wow, as fuck. See y'all after day 2. As Abe with the $5 says, at 31, that guy told her she was ready. He was already having sex. Why would you think he wasn't? Only if on the download, what would he not be having sex? He wanted out. Ebony with the $5 says, been with my dude 3 years and gave up the box on the first night at a date and we still rocking. Maybe I'm different though. Devin D with the $2 says, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Twan G with the $2 says, but women say they want honesty. It's bullshit. Dre with the $2 says, imagine waiting 4 months and it's the worst sex ever. Infinite salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Caesar's Palace with the $10 says, can someone ask if Nay had any other guys during this whole year with this dude since she was not in a relationship with him, i.e. talking, dating, or giving her phone number out to other guys? Hey, if you want to answer this, you can.
No, I didn't. Anytime a guy would approach me, I would tell him. I've sent him screenshots of dudes entering my inbox. Even the guys from the panel jumping on my inbox. Like, yes, he had all that information. So no, I didn't. I never gave out my number. I didn't.
Man. So sis, have you ever claimed a guy when y'all weren't a fit? Like, how does that work?
The answer is no. I don't even claim them when I am with them, and I know it. I never really I don't. It never feels real. It never feels concrete. I'm always suspicious, leery. I don't know. I don't even.
So sis, when you running into men, are they ready?
There are yes, there are men that are ready.
The majority of them?
And no, it's not the majority.
It's the minority that are ready?
Yeah.
What makes these men not ready, sis?
Their options. Being
So
outside.
So they have more options that makes them not want to settle down?
Yeah, I think they're always thinking there's some, they can smash just one more. I can smash another. Oh, you two down the street. Oh, it's always, I think when they know there's options and then there's more, it's hard to settle down for just one.
Have you ever had a guy that really, really liked and you liked them back, but his only issue was he couldn't help but have sex with other women?
couldn't help but.
Well, he wanted to have sex with other women.
Well, those are the men that just won't settle down. That's those
But
men.
I guess what I'm asking is, let's say you found a dude, he was dope. Y'all treated each other special on some Huggy Bear shit. But his thing was, like you said, he wanted to have sex with other women. What if that was taken off the table as a deal breaker? Do you think you would notice he was having sex with other women?
What if what was taken off the table? Yeah, I gotta follow you.
Like, let's say he had sex with other women from time to time.
You mean if I allowed it or didn't mind?
Yeah, like, do you think he could still show up for you how you need him to?
I've never presented that to a gentleman, but what if?
Yeah, like, is that seems like it's a deal breaker, but cats be kind of doing what they supposed to do, but that's that one thing they can't seem to let go.
I don't think they believe it. If I took that off the table, they wouldn't believe that. They'd be like, nah, you're not about to have that. And they're right. You know?
Because I'm just listening to what you're saying. So essentially, you're saying they're not ready is because they're outside.
Yeah.
And by outside you mean they dealing with other women.
Yes.
But if that's the reason why you're saying they're not ready, I'm assuming that everything else is aligning.
Not so much. Their priorities also might be messed up, or they might be making below average income. I don't know.
Okay. No, I'm just asking, like, when you say they're not ready, I asked why. You said because they still outside.
But that's the primary reason I feel.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking about that one specifically. So if that's the primary thing, but other things are seemingly at least average or in line, like you said, you average. If you took that as a deal breaker off the table, do you think you would have success?
I don't know.
You ever considered it?
Jokingly,
What about now?
no.
Why you crunch your face up?
Because they wouldn't want the women to do it. So, no, not happening.
Do you think that we want the same exact things from each other?
For the most part, respect, loyalty.
Okay. You see it as disrespect with disloyal?
Yeah,
Which one?
both.
Okay. Okay.
Both.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Jalen.
Yes, sir.
Jalen. Oh, okay. Men ready? Are they ready out here? Or what?
Ready for like a lifelong thing?
Sure.
No.
How do you know?
Well, the way that women define it, their idea of like having a lifelong relationship, no, they're not ready for it.
But how do you know though?
The deal breakers that women have, and the men can't meet that standard.
What are they?
I mean, you brought up one, cheating, financial stability. The way.
Do you agree with sis that cheating is like number one?
The number one deal breaker for women?
Yeah, or like the thing that's in the biggest point of contention.
Majority, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that, and we have this conversation all the time, do you think that monogamy is optimal for men?
No.
So if
majority of men are not that disciplined, and I feel like they lie to themselves in order to be with the woman that is in front of them that they want, but ultimately that them not having that disciplined stature rears its ugly head at some point in the relationship.
Okay. And discipline, you mean discipline positive? Like having that discipline would be positive?
Yeah, if you want to stick with the woman that you want and she has that standard of you being monogamous, I would consider it a positive.
Okay. Because when we listen as we talk through these conversations, it's like men are saying monogamy is difficult to achieve. It takes a. Do you think it takes a special level of discipline?
Yes, because temptation will always exist even during the duration of your relationship.
Mhm.
And if a woman is trying you and you are
Mhm.
in that relationship, it is up to
Mhm.
you to be disciplined enough to say no or
Yeah.
to make sure that she knows that that's not what you want.
Now I think we can agree that average men don't have a plethora of options. Do you think average men would also be able to achieve this level of discipline?
No.
So is
Well,
the expectation? Go ahead.
well, since you said average men, yes, because they don't have those options. But once those options come, we see that no, they can't do it.
So do we maintain the expectation or the standard, or do we reassess it based on reality?
Reassess it. Like I think between
Yeah.
the two conversations that we've had yesterday and today, it's very weird. It's like nobody's on the same page and everybody wants to date and be together, but it's weird. Like the women are telling, I guess, the truth, but you said somebody being like a delta is insulting. And then yesterday we had everybody want to be a sigma or an alpha. It's just like none of it is making sense.
Because people want to put themselves in boxes that make them look good instead of just being who the fuck they are. Stop lying to yourself. Essentially, if it's something you cannot do, then you may not be able to achieve it.
What box do we fit in?
I don't fucking know, Lauren.
I think I'm a Zeta.
Wait, why do you think you're a Zeta? Lord.
You're Prince.
I am artistic. I am androgynous.
Androgynous.
She's
outside the box.
She's Prince. She's Prince.
Oh, you okay?
Not you taking notes.
I see there.
Hold on.
What's up? What's up, Ham? You look
Well,
frustrated.
it just if what you're saying be true,
Yeah.
and if we adopt what Tiff said,
Yeah.
does the standard or expectation need to change for successful relationships? Are women willing to accept that though?
No.
Is it something they need to accept, or is it
Yes.
something that men need to work on in terms of having that extra level of discipline?
Why not? Why not both?
Because you don't because you don't need to have both, right? So if women change the expectation, then men can maintain those desires, or if men change their desires, then women can keep the expectation. So both would is unnecessary. Because it essentially, if women, because think about this, women have the expectation of monogamy right now. So if men changed in their desires to monogamy, also could take more discipline. You see what I'm saying? They have to. It's either one or the other. So it's kind of easy to answer.
Either that, or if you want monogamy that bad, you got to be very strict about it. That means these men are not getting sexual access to you until they meet that standard. But they ain't doing that either. So I don't know, Ham. I don't know. People don't want to do it. In order to truly get what they want, they're not willing to do it. They're not willing to do it. That's why I'm kind of like defeated with this conversation.
It does feel a little defeating. Because I don't really have a great answer.
There are so many great answers to this dilemma. It's just I know realistically people are not willing to do it. They're not willing to sacrifice their pleasurable moments in order to see what they truly want at the end of that tunnel. They're not willing to do it. That's why most people reaching success, not gonna fucking happen. Even though I feel like, you know, if you work hard enough, you know, I believe you can get there. Most people not, they don't want to do that. So do what you do. But however your life turns out, don't blame everybody else for doing what you do, because you did what you did.
Man, the law. What do the men look
Why
like?
it's good to get them.
Go ahead, Callie. My bad.
I was gonna say that's why it's good to get them to be monogamous and choose you when they're younger, because they still play in the field, all that kind of shit like that or whatever. And he put all that down. He put his ball down. He put his ball in the closet to come play with you, and he gonna stay with you. That's like the best shit.
Is there emphasis on younger in that statement? So do men miss it if they never had it?
I mean, you won't miss it, but you'd be curious if you never had it. But if you getting it and you decide to put your ball away, that's cool. And they getting it and they well, from what I know anyway, they getting it in their 20s. You're not just hitting your sexual peak after 30. Like, I get all the bitches now.
Man, oh man. Oh no, man. Maybe that's the answer. Younger. Younger, both of y'all being younger and getting together. Cause you wait till motherfuckers get older with all that experience, boy. You can't unsee those women. I don't know. Shit. I don't know.
Why you so depressed?
He's defeated, Lauren. This is what defeat sounds like.
Wait, did we win or we
So-
lost?
No.
So what
Because
about
it's
the
like
guys
if you wait until they older.
Go ahead, Nate.
Go ahead.
So what about the older guys that lack experience?
What about
the older guys that lack experience, and they get the slim picking to the women who didn't get chose?
Well said, Callie. Well said.
This is crazy. This is wild. This is madness. I think everybody wants to be together. We just don't know how to talk to each other. That's like
They want to be together, but also have what they want in the process. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
it's sad. It's like you hear the guys saying like, well, she wants this and she wants that and she wants this, and then you hear women say like, oh no, I'll be okay with that. Oh, I'm okay with average. And that's an insult. It's like, why are y'all making it this hard? It's not, you know what?
I don't know, girl.
But y'all are making it hard AF. Like shit.
The thing here's what makes it difficult. When men, the characterization of average men was not good. So that's the part that you have to mind through in the first place. So women will say they accept this. So this is a I don't know if it's a good analogy, but it is an analogy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sentiment that women don't say how beautiful Lizzo is until you tell them they look like her.
I've heard you say that before, but she's beautiful. She in the face, she's very attractive.
In the face.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Yes, but she is beautiful. So
well,
think
the
it's
sentiment is people will say that, and then if we look down the street, hey Tiff, you look just like Lizzo. The response
is I'm swinging.
The response is the fuck.
Yeah, that's the actual response.
She's a pretty girl though, and she plays the flute.
We fighting.
We don't care about the flute.
No. When they
The
say you
problem
look like, they ain't talking about you playing the flute.
Yeah.
What Callie says is the truth, right? That's what is actually it. So we hear the talking, but the men that are saying these things,
Mhm.
I don't think we're just talking. I think men are having these experiences and they having a conversation.
Mhm.
So I don't even think it's about communication. It's about the different desires and what's actually being represented in the earth.
Mm. I can agree.
Mm.
I'm just trying to find like where do we find the way that it makes sense, because I wish the things that we're talking about weren't so contentious or people are already kind of like on edge. So again, if I'm saying I'm average and then saying men are average, I don't understand the slight in that. But again, I'm not going to take it away if it made a person, or if I said something that was not appropriately labeled, I can own that.
No, it
However,
was.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Callie.
No, I was gonna say it wasn't the fact that you said you average and he average and that's cool. It was the fact that you said I'm average and he average, but he got to level up.
I said us, we as a couple, we are going to grow.
After.
We.
Okay, so Tiff, the problem is if average is okay and average is great to be, what is the point of leveling up if you are just average and average is okay? That's where the disconnect is.
I think my brain is just not accepting that because I've always been told you can do better. And maybe it's a blind spot.
Right, but average doesn't mean stagnant.
We got there with love, and I'm like, okay, I understand that part. Yeah. So
no, but average doesn't mean okay, I make this amount right now. This is where we at right now, and there's zero growth at all. No, you guys are going to grow together, but it's gonna be within that bracket of average.
That's fair. And I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's quite not how it was verbalized. You were saying, leveling up and doing better and all this kind of stuff like that, as if that doesn't come with the cards with age anyway.
When you're saying leveling up, Tiff, logically what you're saying is sound. But when it's applied to reality, most people mean participating in the rat race until you come up for real. Not, oh, we just gonna stay in this average bracket.
I get it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't understand the slight. But I mean, again, I will
Tiff, so like if your husband was content with staying in the same position that you met him in, would you be okay?
No, but he's not. We both don't have that disposition.
So you wouldn't have, if you thought that was his disposition, you wouldn't have stayed. Like you wouldn't have married him.
No, because of who he is, then yeah. Like if this is it, I think I love my husband. I am okay. I'm saying from jump, average people are average people. Why are we acting like we don't understand that and not talking to each other at a level we both can say either, no, I don't want to be. This is it for us. We're content. We're okay with that. There's other people that say like, hey, I love you. This is where we are, but let's grow and develop together. I don't understand why that's
But is grow and develop mean career wise, or can you grow and develop in other ways and it not have nothing to do with your career?
You can grow and develop in multiple ways. How you communicate, how you experience each other. It's not always financial.
Majority of the time it is a financial conversation though, right? Can we agree on that? When people are having this conversation about coming up and leveling up and improving, it's mainly a financial conversation, right?
Typically.
Yeah, for the most part.
Well, that was a question for Tiff.
Well,
it's good.
So like if he never had any desire to change, like I don't know what he does. What I'm saying, like if he a teacher, teachers they get maybe a 5% increase every year, and he don't want to be a principal. He don't want to get a doctorate or nothing like that.
But he's
would you
teacher,
agree with
so
that?
he's having an impact. Like he's helping the community. That
So as long as he has an impact, you're okay.
yeah. Like if we're being helpful and useful, then yeah.
That's
if we're
not
being
average.
stewards, I don't just like yes.
Well, then, Tiff, that's not average. I'm sorry. I'm trying, but basing it off the measurable things that Hamp said, that's not average. Average people are not making an fuck, that sounds insulting, but it's the truth.
No,
Average people are not making that big of an impact in their communities. They're not participating like that. They're just living their life. Life be life in, and they take it when it comes. Pause. No Diddy. I'm delirious right now.
No, I can see that too. Yeah. Most teachers are just teachers. They're not really trying to influence anything. Trying to pass a state exam.
That bar exam.
This is hard, man. Do what Callie said, bro. Find somebody young. You both young. Get that shit out the mud, nigga. 20.
But that's not what the parents are teaching.
No.
I ain't even arguing. I'm just saying. Start out young. Like when I look at Callie, her husband on Fridays, we be having a dance party. He just be bartending. He be 5 drinks in, man. You know, they be in the room chilling. She be windmilling, yelling, arguing with whoever. He may chime in, but most of the time he just be sitting there chilling. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they know each other. And obviously, you know, people go what they go through. But I'm just saying based on that perspective, right? Because it's an organic perspective. He could be in the background yelling and shit. He'll chime in from time to time, but you can just see like it's flowing. Like the boys always come and give her a kiss when they get home from school. Like that shit ain't faking it. She ain't like, hey nigga, come over here and give me a kiss while I'm on live. Like that's not happening, you know? And I'm thinking it's because they developed from nothing to something. There's been times that Callie's articulated where she was bringing in the money, then him, then her, then just finding a way to make it happen. And then the comfort finally comes. You know what I'm saying? When you just grinding it out together. So I'm just listening at that because this shit here that we talking about is bullshit.
It sounds so calculated. That's why I'm like, I don't know how
What
that works.
part? What Callie did?
No, not her. No, I'm talking about like the logic behind trying to date people. It's like that's why I said the whole I gotta like you first. Can I just like you? And then grow into loving you and then grow into something else. And then we can grow into making a certain amount of money and then we can grow into future.
Grow into that top button on that shirt. Damn, man. The I don't know.
That calculation works for the masses when the variables are the same. But
Say again,
because the variables are random as fuck,
mm-hmm.
It's not gonna work for everybody. The calculation gonna end up being a different number almost every time.
What, Jay?
Man,
we ain't Gen Z.
If you're just going with the flow, I agree with going with the flow. By the way, go with the flow. Fuck, because this is becoming more complicated than I expected it to be.
I didn't know it hurt this much.
But
this is
even
mad
going,
complicated, bro.
Yeah, it's too complicated. Feels like algebra. But even going with the flow. Lauren, do you think majority of people can just go with the flow and end up with a
No.
Man, I wish it was like that. All of this wouldn't exist. All of these conversations wouldn't exist.
No, I'm the only one in my friend group that goes with the flow. So no. They're looking at like credentials and shit, and I don't know what that
They have a
even
whole
means.
they have a whole list of like
Whole list.
Period.
Who does that? Women?
I mean, yeah. My homeboy don't really care about all that. He just cares about how you look. So
well, that's still kind of
don't care about it. He gonna pay for it anyway.
That's still kind of criteria.
You just gotta look good for him, and then he's trying to have like a rainbow of children. So
a rainbow.
Yeah,
Skittles. He's trying to get a whole Skittles packet.
Yeah, he don't care.
Period. Okay.
Well,
I see it.
He would be a non-factor to the conversation, then kind of. If nothing matters, then nothing matters. But these lists and being unable to see a man pass his lists, who's really not ready? Who's leaning into the level of delusion that's causing us to err when it comes to these relationships? Is it the men for real?
I think men have their own set of holdups, but when it comes to the list, women are you're cheating yourself with the list. I don't think that go with the flow is the best metric if you want to have good results. But I also don't think that having a long list of generally the longer the list, the more superficial it becomes.
Mhm.
So I don't think that's a good way to approach it either. I think that you have to look at yourself and your own core values, whatever morals, standards, and discipline that you have, and then decide what it is that you want for yourself and for your life, and then find someone else who embraces those same values. Anything outside of the values is a plus. And I think if you stick to the core values, which most people don't, they stick to things that are subjective, superficial, or change over time, which is why there's never any relationships. You just kind of come into it haphazardly, hope that things will go this way, feel it out for a little while, find out it's something you really don't like, but maybe it'll change. And before you know it, you're a year or so in. If you're lucky, you get out of it without having a kid. If you're unlucky, you get stuck with somebody you don't really like. Instead of saying like, hey, these are my core things. It's not a laundry list of things, but they're the most important because these values are going to direct the course of our life. And the minute that they don't have that thing, like you ruthlessly vet for those things. And the minute they don't have them, you say, this is great. And you might be great for someone, but that someone isn't me. And that's before you get in bed with them. That's before you waste your time with them. That's before you do any of those other things. And because then you protect yourself, and you also don't harm somebody else that's going out into the dating pool, because you haven't used them, you haven't manipulated them, you haven't lied to them. You go right up front with core things. And then it makes it easier for you to get in and get out. If people approach things that way, you don't have to have a mansion, you don't have to have six figures. Your basics, the basic things that you need to live. You're disciplined, you have a job, you have integrity, you have good moral character, you have the ability to be consistent in your discipline. We can build off of that. I've never seen a man that's disciplined and principled that also didn't know how to make money. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen a woman that's disciplined and has some set of morals and standards, values that she subscribes to. I've never seen her somewhere where she's embarrassing her family or the people that are attached to her. So I think that when you vet for the core things, that you can't go wrong that way. You may not have the IG life, but you'll have a stable life. You'll have a secure life. You'll be happy. You guys will like each other, and it won't have to be forced. It'll be realistic. It'll be authentic.
Question C. I think I align with all that. The one question is kind of what I posed though. Can a man have all that and still want to have sex with multiple women, or you think that he has to that cannot be an option for him to be disciplined?
Can he have all of what? All the morals and the integrity?
Like, do you think that goes where his penis goes, so to speak? Like, does his sexual escapades define that?
So I think that he'll probably have the desire. I don't think that'll go away. I think that he'll probably be tempted in some areas. I think that that's going to be a man. I think that the other core things that he has in place, if he has the morals, the values, the integrity, if he values his word, those sorts of things, I think that that's less of a factor for him.
Okay. So, okay. I guess that answers. I think.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking, man. I'm just
Think out
thinking.
loud.
No, well, I'm just thinking because that's like the biggest hang up, you know? Like the monogamy aspect, I think is like the biggest hang up, you know? But if the penis discipline is achievable, then I guess, the men have to own that part of it.
Do you really think it's that many men out here that want to carry the responsibility for more than one woman?
No, hell no. Just sex.
Right. So that's the thing. I think that you treat people, if you're with somebody and he's like, hey, how do you feel about me having, more than one woman, or however they present it to you? You say, I don't have a problem with you having more than one wife, or I don't have the problem with you, whatever it is, if you're willing to, do it on this type of basis. I personally don't think that men want to just assume that responsibility like that. And if we're looking at it, most men don't have the one woman that they want. And so I think that if they were to be able to get the one woman that they wanted, I think we put too much emphasis on well, can I have more than one? That's like your kids asking for dessert and you're like, yeah, finish your dinner. The likelihood of that is what? Slim to none. So finish dinner, we'll talk about dessert. I think that's the same way in their mind. They're like, yeah, every woman I can get, I want to have her. But the reality is when you start to be in a relationship and you're putting in that level of work, that level of, I know plenty of men right now that like the majority of men that I know that have the ability that I don't want to just cavalierly say things, but that have the ability to take another wife or do something of that nature, something similar, whether it be, even on the side, they're like, they have so much going on with their family at this point in time that that's not something that they're even looking to do. So I don't think that, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that, oh, your friend might not have told you. I'm just saying that when you're talking about starting a relationship, I don't even think that that's part of the conversation as much as it is finding out if you and that one person, can get on one accord. We have enough trouble just doing that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that women should be open to it more so than they currently are? Because I'm kind of assessed ready, right?
I think that people should be open to what they're honestly able to deal with.
Okay, what about this thing? What do you think?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when it comes to this, you should be honest about what you can you should be honest about what you can deal with or what you can't deal with. There's some women that can say, I'm okay with it in these confines or those confines. Some you hear people say, I'm fine as long as you don't bring up diseases. I'm fine as long as you don't bring any babies. I'm fine if I don't ever know about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you have to be honest about what it is that you can realistically deal with.
No, 100%, right? I think we know what we know and what we want, right? When I'm looking at the state of affairs, it's not working. This often comes up as the one of the main points of contention. So in mining this one, based on what's being said, the modus operandi, biology that's often leveraged, right, to justify Do you think that women should consider having this conversation or stick to their guns based on what they think they can deal with, even though it's not working for us?
I mean, the conversation is due. I just want to figure out how we are like on the same level or type. It's to me, it's like you don't like people speaking Spanish. It's like one person is speaking Spanish, another person is speaking French, but the goal is to get together. But it's a lot of just miscommunication. We're saying like, it cannot be this hard.
Does that answer my question?
I don't think it's miscommunication though.
That's not. Oh, that's not even my question.
Oh,
that's a different issue.
What's
I'm
the
trying
question?
to. I asked Love C. I asked her a question because I understand that there's a miscommunication. This is the biggest point of contention, right? So maybe men aren't saying it, but also should women be open to it?
Mm-hmm.
You guys think?
If men can't say it, then I don't think they should be open to it.
I knew when I said that, I knew that was going to be it. And I almost caught myself, right?
I appreciate you for working with me.
So men should say it, right? I think men should say it.
Yeah, definitely be upfront.
If men say it, should women open their ears to it?
Jalen's face.
I'm opening my ears to it enough to hear it and decide if that's what I want or not.
Jay, Lauren, Tiff, Love C.
You can always try and hope for the best.
Lauren, can I get a real answer?
That is a real answer.
Well, if she's not even making a consideration, because the first step to Love C's point is men got to say it. Now,
and then you consider it.
You think the consideration is actual, or do you think that women are going to be lean on what they've been taught and learned what was right?
I think most women are going to lean on what they were taught, but I think there will be a minority of women that will be open to you being adventurous and seeing if you can handle more than what you are normally allowed.
So the majority won't even consider it.
Mm-mm.
While we talking, yeah, sure. But if we like in a committed relationship,
Jay,
I feel like that was the issue with Nay. Like, well, granted, they weren't in a relationship, but I think that was the confusion.
Nah, that was that we don't even need. No, that ain't. That's not a great example. Okay, so Jay, what you think? Same as Lauren?
yes, women should be open to it.
Realistically open, or I'll consider it?
Realistically open.
Why?
Because if in this scenario the man is being open and honest with you about him not being able to do a monogamous relationship, if you want this man, you want only this man, and this man is telling you, hey, I can't give you straight monogamy, but if you can work with me on this area, I can be with you. I mean, fuck, he's being honest with you. Consider it. If you got other options, then go visit those other fucking options. But if you want him, you got to consider it. So if you're not gonna consider that shit, then move the fuck on. Don't waste his time. Because he gonna do what he want to do anyway. Because he's telling you up front, hey, I want to mess with multiple women. Ball's in your court whether you want to deal with that or not. You can't change him. You should not try to change him. That's just a waste of time.
Do you think that man can commit his provision and protection and all the things you want while being outside from time to time?
An average man, no.
Well, you think he'll
Above
be
average men, probably, yeah. They do it now.
so? Would you take an above average man with that as opposed to an average man?
Damn. I ain't never talked about this in my uncle before. Oh my god. My answer is yes, and I'll leave that there.
Okay. Are women taking an above average man with that caveat as opposed to an average man?
Got questions for me or the whole panel?
You answered already.
Oh, great. Not the hot seat.
And if he's above average man, it's more than just money, right? Yes.
Definitely, yeah. It's not just about money, because if it was, I wouldn't be I'm bringing my own money into it, so it's not money.
Thank you.
It's the moral character, it's the values that you have, it's the intellect that you bring, all of that on top of it.
What y'all think, man?
If you can't mentally handle one woman and you ask about another woman,
I feel like you're still thinking about Nay, Lord.
Going to say, go ahead and go with her.
What do you mean?
Where you want to be.
What do you mean mentally handle? What do you mean?
If you can't handle the person you're with, and you're not managing that well, like household wise, and then you're trying to bring in another person that you also not gonna be able to handle monetarily, emotionally, physically.
Let's be honest. Men aren't. It's not polygyny, right? It's polygamy. So they want the woman they want, and they want to have sex with other women, another woman, or a side piece or something like that.
Yeah, and we know that.
So why does he need to? What about her mindset? Does he need to manage?
The problem is they're gonna majority of men try to come at it like it's more than that, I just want to have sex with multiple people.
And then why is he even dealing with women he has to handle?
Exactly
what, Lauren? You said it.
I'm saying, why do you feel like you need to manage women?
Well, no, you said if he can't handle one woman. I'm asking why he got to handle these women.
If there are deficiencies in the relationship, then why would you think you need to attempt having more than one?
Say it one more time.
If there are deficiencies in the relationship, why would you think you can handle more than one?
It's sexual deficiency. So he would
just sexual?
Yeah. So that's why he's dealing with those women for sex. Do you think men end up like what you think they end up liking these women?
I would hope so. I mean, I know that y'all look at sex a little different than we do, allegedly.
Yeah. No, I mean, just from what I know, men just be having sex. Now they may have sex with a woman consistently, but that's what her allocation is.
That's what y'all say.
I'm just saying, like,
I hear you. I don't know if I believe it, but I hear you.
I've seen men get. Trust me. Say again, Callie.
I said side pieces never stay in their place.
Okay. I'm just trying to tell you, the man's mindset is he has that allocation for her. Overwhelmingly, I've seen the man be successful in maintaining that allocation. Especially when we're saying he is above average and things of that nature, because what were you guys saying? His risks, right? What he has to risk and lose and etc. These things have their place.
But I thought we acknowledged that above average is so rare. It's almost like no point in talking about it.
Well,
To be able to manage multiple women, I just don't think that that's realistic. So it's just like I don't know how that works.
Well, Aaron and Mr. Fantastic and I came up with the numbers, but then the whole panel was alphas and sigmas. So
Exactly. So all what was that, like 10 people on a panel? And everybody was an alpha or a sigma, so everybody could manage multiple women if they wanted to.
what it seems like.
That sounds like a deja vu conversation. Like, and they tell us we're delusional. Like, come on.
We're delusional. I mean, I do think we were delusional. I just don't know what aspect we're delusional.
Already was hard, but I'm saying like they be up here talking about what the fuck is wrong with women. Meanwhile, you calling yourself an alpha or a what else did you say? Yeah.
Sigma.
Y'all hang out with y'all homeboys too much to even be considered a sigma. So stop. Like, let's start there. Okay.
The bromance is real.
Bromance be real.
Yeah,
I gotta go hang out with the boys. We about to watch the
It's been like a whole week. We ain't hung out.
Niggas be having fun.
But y'all on the game every other day, so you talk to them.
Yeah, you
had a
ain't no
conversation.
wrong. Chill out.
Having fun, man. You know. Damn. Go ahead, Tiff.
No, I'm just trying to put everything together. I'm just like, okay, so dudes can find time to spend with their homies and have that, but just the communication level again, I'm just trying to, I think it's got me spinning. Because from watching this show, then watching today, from Monday today, then what Mr. Aaron had, it just, I don't understand it. And I think it's maybe it's because I'm old or older.
What part don't you understand?
So we had a lot of men self-identify wrong. And the women were like, yeah, they think they're this, but no, you're really that.
Why you say they were wrong?
Didn't have the people say they were sigma or alpha, and then it went to beta. Then it, like for each detail, then people were willing to like shift or slide in different categories. So we did all of that. What?
Overwhelmingly, it was sigma and alpha. Go ahead.
So then today we come and we're trying to say like, when is a man ready? And we don't get past average because it was an insult. So it's like, if a person is saying, I'm not trying to insult you, I'm literally saying like, if we get together, I expect for us to build together. I don't see the issue in that.
That's not what's being said overwhelmingly. The build process isn't there. People are getting together after they've developed, which is why Callie's example is the one I was trying to highlight. They built that shit together. You know, people are getting together later, and so therefore you have to meet qualifiers that maybe wouldn't exist if you got together younger. Now people are comparing what you have versus your risks and etc. When you bring person in, do they go on your mortgages and all types of like, it becomes convoluted when if you both just graduate in college, you don't got a pot to piss in or window to throw it out of, so you just making it.
Right.
Which is why, go ahead.
No, I said in debt. So
I just think realistically, I think people want to be in relationships and in community. I just don't think we're talking the same level. And I think different things offend different people because, like I said, we did the average thing. I understood what you were saying, but it was like, don't say your wife is a 5. She kind of certain people got it, other people didn't. So you change it out. Callie talked about how if I was doing a test, I would fail. So I don't like this language. I think you said, I've not heard a person put it like that, and you were willing to change the dynamic. Like, how do we learn to talk to each other to make it fluid and find a language that both people, one, are not being offended by, but also being able to be in truth of where you are and what you want. If you're average, what's wrong with that? But can't you say, yes, I'm average, but I would like to continue to do self-development, and I would like for me and my spouse to do self-development. What is wrong with that?
Well, I think what you see, and I'll just use myself. Okay. How often do you see people concede or admit that they're wrong?
I think, well, I do it all the time. I think that's a personality thing. Like, I'm at a point to where I'm not perfect. So I'm going to be corrected, or as you use edified, that's going to happen.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, do you see it happen all the time, often during our conversations?
I think so.
No.
With the women?
People aren't even able to open up about where they went wrong and their faults in their life experiences. Like on these panels specifically. Like we're just talking about metaphorical hypotheticals. It's never like, let me pull this from my life and show you where I fucked up. But I improved though. That rarely happens.
We don't concede, man. We don't concede. We're not willing to change our opinion. We think what we knew when we came into a relationship, or excuse me, a conversation is the best shit that entered that conversation, and we'll stand on it. We'll die on the hill to a fault. So, even in the conversation, if I'm able to say, okay, they misunderstand a 5, which I don't know why they misunderstand it, but regardless of the fact that they can't hear me, I'm willing to go to the metric that they're using for the sake of the conversation. But that's practiced too, right? Coaching kids and things of that nature. That's practiced behavior because you want to convey a message. You want to get your thoughts across without being so obtuse that you can't change the jargon for the sake of the conversation. There's a lot of things I say here that I don't say to the brothers. Like, for instance, we don't say black, right? We don't call each other black as an example. But in these conversations, I do. We don't say God as an example. But in these conversations, I do, because I read it as it's written for the majority to understand what I'm saying. We don't say Jesus as an example. But when I'm talking to the majority of people, we do for the sake of the conversation. You know, so it's like something that was developed. But who's doing all that? And so we butt heads. And it's obtuse. That's the reason why. If it ain't, like in your example, it ain't Spanish to French. It's we both speak in English. It's just accents that we don't. Now we tease about not understanding each other. Like we doing it on purpose because we want to align them with what we align with before we got to the conversation. That's what my synopsis is of how it goes. So it's tough. That's why I was asking. Like, there is a conundrum. Like, men appetite for sex once they have access, and you know, will women consider that to make it to help our relationships, or do they stay where they are and men have to change their appetites? Diets always fail. So I'm just looking at it like, how do people function? Does that mean a woman is accepting less, or is she looking at a particular facet of the relationship differently? Because I've seen a lot of successful men. You wouldn't know nothing different about their life. I know because we friends, but they ain't bringing that shit home. But to your point, shit happens, right? Like Callie said, motherfuckers start jumping out the bushes, But I'm just trying to think about it. And it's not even about men winning out. You know what I'm saying? It's just about how can we function to be together because we ain't. So I don't know.
So you think it's easier to change somebody's perspective than like changing the appetite?
I think so. Especially if it's
in a general sense and not adding cheating into it. Like that general statement, I can agree with you.
yeah. And to your point, Jay, there are topics that are harder than the other. You know what I mean? This is one that we've been taught is wrong, essentially. So it's hard to process and digest. It would be like one of those out of sight, out of mind things. But if you know it's there, it's like the tree fall in the woods doesn't make a sound. So it'll be, it just, I don't know, right? The programming is the programming, so it's hard.
Are you gonna open the panel tonight, or is a closed panel?
I ain't dropping that link. I ain't staying here for another 6 hours.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we was.
I ain't doing it. Right, and and it happens continuously during our conversations. Like we up here listening to each other, right? But everybody who's like on a side, they'll just keep windmilling about the same point over and over, right? If there's a better suggestion,
Everybody wants to come up though.
If there's a better suggestion, though, right? Then what we're discussing, put it out there, and we can try to mine that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking about it from this standpoint. So, and it could be just communicating. I don't know. Maybe the tiff point. Do he say, "Listen, shorty, you deciding how much sex is good for the week ain't working, and you gotta learn how to wall climb or some shit." And maybe the nigga be like, "Yo, listen, Nancy used to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe he got to tell you the name to get inspiration. I don't know." But maybe it gotta be an additional level of communication so that he don't have to go outside.
Well, yeah, I think that should be a given.
It's not though. You'd be surprised.
Yes, yeah. That concept is wild to me that you wouldn't communicate that.
Mm-hmm. Like Callie, like you think about it, do our men, and I know we have men that do, but are men telling a woman that she's not the weight she used to be, or are they kind of just going along, just in terms of us being forefront with the information.
Yeah, that's under the umbrella of that weak shit to me. That's that weak shit.
Do you think do you think the majority of us fall into that weak shit?
Unfortunately.
So goes back to communication. Maybe that's a different way to approach it. You know what I'm saying? Because then we thinking, yo, how's she gonna respond? You think I'm fat, not her legs closed, as opposed to it was open 3 days a week. Now it's 1 day a week because you done told her she a Twinkie away. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, you communicate it, but you also have to be able to communicate that effectively. You know what I'm saying?
But you see, it's just like, yo, like who gonna hear? Do women hear you getting bigger in any way than what you say it?
Well, yeah, well, see, that would have to go towards the that would have to speak towards the overall tone and track record of the relationship anyway.
Yeah.
If you know that your nigga ain't, well, my bad, Nick, people don't like when I say that. If you know that your man or whatever has your best interest at heart and actually really cares about you, and he doesn't sit there and like, you know what I'm saying, like put you down and shit like that all the time, then yeah, he is going to be able to come to you and be like, hey, I think you're putting on a little bit of weight. You know what I'm saying? You Need to get that together. He's not trying to put you down. He's not, you know what I'm saying? He's not doing none of that kind of shit. And he's not, it's not even in a malicious way.
Yeah,
So,
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to understand the tone of the entire relationship. But there's conversations that are hard to broach. You know, I just use that one. You know, yeah, like if y'all don't joke and he woke up you talking about hoo, right? That wouldn't work, right? And you poke you in the stomach or some shit. You probably, what is going on? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I understand it. I just think there's a lot of avoidance. Again, to Tiff's point in terms of having a real conversation, man, that should be
Talking about dismantling monogamy is a very hard conversation. Because that's something most of us have been taught to follow, the monogamy blueprint, and not dive into unconventional relationship archetypes. When really, I think unconventional relationship archetypes fit on a case-by-case basis more than monogamy. Because it's tailor-made to what you guys need in order to sustain a lifelong relationship. You're not trying to fit yourself into the monogamy box.
Into that box, right? And so, like, if we looked at a polygyny archetype, right, where think about it, and I think Shrell mentioned it this morning, like, there's more women than men.
Yeah.
So just as just a numbers thing, if men had 2 wives, now this is different from what we were just talking about. Would that help? Got more money coming in, more caretakers, responsibilities shared, etc. And there's more problems, right? People come with stuff, but generally speaking, would that even make more sense functional wise? Because right now, 25% of our women are married. If polygyny was an option, would that help the community?
Oh, that's a totally different conversation.
Yeah, that's a totally different one.
You're going to have to do a whole...
I don't think the nigga mind is ready.
Yeah.
No, not for that conversation. No, they not.
Yeah.
No, even the lifestyle. I don't think nigga minds is ready for that.
They ready for the sex though.
Yeah, the sex part. Yeah. The sex part, but not the actual wife part of it.
Yeah. I was talking about to like the brothers, we were talking about it, and new brothers was like, yo, so what about X, Y, and Z? You know, niggas be excited about shit like that, right? I'm like, you know, they can't be gay, right? He's like, huh? I'm like, yeah, dickhead. They can't have sex with each other. He's like, well, wait. I said, all right, now you better read, right? Because they just thinking I got 2 wives. I could, you know what I mean? But that's not actually a part of it. But it just automatically go to everything in the earth, right? To your point, feel me? Like you think it is gonna be a thing, but that's actually not permitted, regardless if they're your wives, because it's still homosexuality. Just as an example, you know, it ain't that. You know, so there's just definitely things to mine out. Feel me? That shit crazy, boy.
Read.
That's right.
I say you dropped the link and ended in an hour, but that's just me.
All right, let me see.
Somebody has been asking to be provided the link for like an hour at this point. So,
all right, man, I gotta be at the gym at 5.
Is this somebody I should already expect?
Yes.
Oh hell! Is it fantastic?
No.
Black American?
You're a little buddy.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic getting right for his boxing match, boy. Fantastic, probably sleep.
Starts with a G.
Oh my bad. Well, let me not say that.
Did you say pet?
No, I was about to say best.
I got 30 minutes.
Why you let these women up here lie all night?
Who lied? Put names on it.
You up and out.
Okay, so Hamp was the only male up here, so 9 of them was lying. So
who lied?
Who lied?
When a man's ready for a woman is when she chooses him.
What?
When a man's ready for a woman is when she choosing.
When she choose him. So we're in the
Where do we
leadership
lie
role?
at? I
It
was just
really
thinking.
doesn't matter if the nigga's worth $1 million or $1. If she gonna choose to be with him, she gonna be with him. It don't matter if he's a piece of shit, a killer, serial killer, anything. If she choose to be with him, she gonna be with him.
I feel like I said that, but I was laughed at when I
Oh,
said it.
I probably wasn't watching at that point.
No, she didn't say that, Granville.
And not verbatim, but I actually
Lauren always joking.
that or fact. I feel like I said that.
Maybe on a different show we were saying like, do women have actual standards? Go ahead, Granville.
If we really look at the situations on how they move, they choose what they gonna deal with. I'm tired of niggas thinking that they be choosing these bitches. These bitches choose you, and they know what they doing. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of this line like you gotta have $1 million, you gotta be this alpha male, and all this shit. If she gonna go, she gonna go, nigga.
I feel like I said that.
But Granville, how do you explain why those men who present or have the bread get more women? How do you
Because
reconcile?
bitches like to stun on other bitches.
So they do it to get back
See,
at
we were
women?
having a conversation on Chaotic Clubhouse the other day, and Love C was making a good point, and Love C was breaking it down. Hemp, you could buy your wife a Coach bag, or I don't know what's an expensive bag. You could buy your wife a Gucci bag, right? And I could buy my wife a Gucci bag, right? But if I buy my wife from the booster, and you buy yours from the actual store with the email, when them two get together, your wife gonna stun on my wife because she got the email from the store. You see what I'm saying? What bitches love the most is to talk about what they niggas do for them to other bitches that ain't got it like that. That's the real aspect of it. Bitches always want to be fucking with that nigga that's the top nigga because they can hold that over other women head. So she gonna choose to go that way. Cause one thing a woman love doing worse than shitting on a nigga is shitting on another bitch.
It's shitting on another bitch you don't like. You're not gonna do that to your friend, no.
Shit, girls always breaking up friendships, doing some shit like that. Y'all always doing that, bro.
That's the whole point, is that they weren't friends. If they trying to stunt on each
Yeah,
other,
but
like
I would never ask my friend,
anyway.
oh, let
Y'all
me see
just
your email, or let me see the card in your bag to see if it's legitimate.
Yeah, do y'all do that to each other?
Not
they do that.
Not if you really care for her. If you don't like her and you think
Like,
it's fake,
wouldn't it be just if the bag was fake? Like, you could probably know, like, oh shit, shorty, he got just.
I mean, they gotten pretty good at fake bags at this point. So
come
the
on,
only way you could tell is with that.
I'm saying, like, if the bag was fake, wouldn't that be the issue? Are you like, yo, would you let me see your receipt from Neiman's? That doesn't make, that seems tacky.
you do that shit to bitches you don't like.
You don't like, which is not your friend.
They like to stun on. They like the status, bro. The nigga with money brings status. What he do for a living? What he look like? They bring status, bro.
But those guys have more access. So you saying that he's just being chosen more by women? It's not that he's influencing them to choose.
No, it does have influence. His status brings influence, but they choosing him. They choosing him because don't nobody want to be with no broke nigga. None of them do. They like that shit.
So he is doing.
It took a strong woman. It took a strong woman to stand on her shit and say she fuck with a truck driver or a plumber or some shit like that. It takes some strong shit, bro. Average niggas don't win today. They're not winning like that.
A truck driver is average?
Yeah, truck drivers. Well, to me, truck drivers are average.
How?
Yeah.
What
okay. Let me break it.
Wait. What salary is average?
Truck drivers, the national average, I think, is 56,000 right now.
Yeah, so it's just right over the top.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah,
I
the
just don't
national
know a
average
truck
is
driver that makes
56,000.
that.
Nah, niggas do. It just you They go through a lot. Like that's why, there's a lot of the debate over working with a company like Granny or going on their own. Like
Yeah.
Amazon had an influx of freight like deliverers, but you getting $2 a mile, right? You got to drive a whole lot of miles to make money, and then you got fuel costs that are rising. So their revenue, I think people tout revenue, but once they set it down as profit margins are the profit's much different than the revenue that they tell you about. So but what do y'all think about Granny's notion? Is he wrong?
I mean, maybe I could probably agree with the plumber or whatever, but not necessarily with the truck driver. I think that they just want their folk home and gone all the time.
Yeah. You just saying the stigma on a plumber is, you think, a little bit more embarrassing than the CDL truck driver?
Yeah, I think this they'd have a problem with both, but just for two different reasons.
Okay. So I guess he was talking about communicating to their friends. Like, you in a friend
Yeah.
circle, her husband's an attorney, the other husband is a doctor, and your husband is a plumber.
Or a truck driver.
Or a truck driver.
Yeah, I mean,
see that.
like go back to what Lauren was saying though. If them your friends, they don't give a fuck. But if it's some bitches, if those are your frenemies or some bitches you're trying to stun on, then yeah, y'all over there comparing notes and all kinds of shit and slick dissing and everything.
Like with my friends, like they would probably, if I told them I was dating a truck driver, they'll probably try to talk me out of it. But if I'm married or in a serious relationship with a truck driver, they're not gonna care anymore. By the time we get to a point where we're established, they're not gonna care.
But
I just think it's.
But I
But
think
if I
it's
say
still,
I'm dating one, they're gonna be like, "Why would you
Well,
date that?"
I think it proves his point, right? Essentially. Go ahead, Granny.
Yeah, and I want to take it out the friend group too, because the status comes with it to society as well. And I think that women, they got egos, bro. Women got egos too. They got egos too. And just as much as men like this quote unquote show off shit, women like to show their nigga off. Man, it could be to their friends, to people in public, fucking radio station, commercial, whatever. They like to flaunt that shit. It don't just have to be a friend group. It could be a business meeting or whatever, bro. It could be a night on the town and you with your homegirl and they with new girls, or y'all just meeting new people, or you work, or you go to a function or something. It's the status symbol behind it and everything.
I know I wanted to
And
go
these
against
women definitely choosing. These women are definitely choosing you niggas, and I'm tired of this lie on YouTube. I'm tired of this lie.
I agree.
I mean, I did want to stun on all them bitches at his class reunion, but you know, he didn't go.
Just be, Hep, you gotta look at it like two. You gotta look at it too like this. Yeah, she put up with you cheating in the beginning and all that dumb shit you was doing or whatever like that, and my nigga. But she chose you from the jump, and she said, "I want him, and I'm gonna ride it out." She chose that shit, bro. That's what a lot of niggas gotta look at. Oh, she been through me through thick and thin and all this shit. Nah, nigga, she wanted to be there with you, and she was just gonna do her. She gonna be there. She chose you. And some bitches got the heart, they got the stomach to ride that shit out.
So how do you go about life assuming that women are making all the choosing, doing all the choosing? How does life manifest when you think that?
You gotta understand, nigga. You just gotta understand and be self-aware.
You
Your
wait for them?
decision is to take it for what it is.
You wait for them?
Huh?
You wait for them to come to you?
Wait for a bitch to choose, yeah.
How's
Fuck,
that
it
work?
is what it is.
How's that work out?
How it work? You sit on fucking YouTube all day and talk a lot of shit and just live life. And hopefully you run across a bitch that choose you, nigga. Like, what you mean? All right, I'm just trolling at this point. No, you put yourself in opportunities, you network and shit, and then somebody may come along.
So what type of game you play? You play like platonic game, or like how does that work?
Nah, not really. I'll tell a bitch up front that I like her. It is what it is.
So you
I don't play
just
no
shoot,
platonic shit.
you just shoot. I like you.
Yeah, I like you. I want to see where it go. What's up? I want to hang out, see where it go. I really do that.
Tell me what you say. Tell it to me. Let me hear this shit.
Tell it to you, nigga. I just told you. Yo, I like you. I want to see where it go. You're pretty. That's exactly what I do.
Word.
Yeah, I'm not lying. That's what I do. I'm not just gonna front a bitch and say I'm not why I'm not here. I'm here to be your friend. You see that I'm here to be your friend. Oh, I like you. I want to see where it go. What's up? Where it go? And then this bitch tell me she don't like her. Then I move around. She don't like me. I just move around. Fuck, it is what it is. That's how I really do it, though. Man.
Why do you think it's got to be more complicated than that, Hemp?
I mean, I just listen to how he shoot the shot. I mean, and knowing Granny, I know he say just that right there. I just would shoot it a little differently. That's all.
How would you shoot it?
It would just sound different. Like,
don't start giggling.
like I would probably just laugh. Like it would just sound different. Like it just, I like you. I think you're pretty. I don't hear myself saying that, but I think he could get away with it. It just sounds different to me, you know. Like what would I say? It just that got me thrown off because I don't know. I don't think I would say that. They would have to, it would allude to something like, because how does these conversations work? Like it's long distance.
Wait, so when I'm talking over the phone, yeah, that's how they start. But when I'm back at home, I'm normally in like the bars and stuff, just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm always loud outside drinking and shit, so I'm normally bar hopping.
And
I meet different people.
In person, I think it's kind of what I lend to. I guess maybe that does make maybe I.
And I will tell you this: I'm not as aggressive as I am right now. You know, I joke about it. I'm lighthearted and shit. So, you know, you can't be mean to the bitch you like. So, I mean, fuck, she not gonna like you.
Shit, that ain't true.
I don't know, him.
You can be, well, yeah, maybe so.
You can be an asshole. You can be an asshole, but you can't be mean, bro.
I think that's fair. Okay. I think that's fair. Yeah, I guess that is a good shot. Like, listen, I've been talking to you for a minute. I find you attractive, XYZ, and et cetera, et cetera. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I've been digging the conversation. I think you're attractive. I want to get to know you better on more than a platonic level. I guess you got to be straightforward, especially if it's long distance, so you can set an expectation quickly. Does that make sense? Actually, it's a good shot, Granny. I actually reverse my notion.
But I don't, and I'll tell you this though. That's like the first conversation. That's how I open up with the first conversation. It ain't like 2 or 3 conversations in.
Oh, see that?
I would tell a bitch on the front like you pretty. I want to see where this goes.
Yeah,
I want to get to know you. I do that on the first conversation. I'm dead ass.
Why you don't wait to talk to her? Like,
because I don't want to get it tripped up and bitch think I'm here as a friend. Nah.
But what
I'm trying to get at that.
What if you don't like her conversation?
Then it is what it is. I gotta tell her what it is. I gotta be truthful. And move around, nigga. You cool people, but I don't see this working out with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this for me.
So why even
but you cool as fuck?
Why even shoot like, yo, I think you pretty. I'm trying to get to know you.
Because if you listen to women all the time, like them niggas play the long games and they don't really tell you why they there and shit. That shit get convoluted. But I don't wait. I don't let it be seen as, hey, I'm trying to be here, your friend. Nah, it is what it is. I like you.
Let me ask you a question. Do they ever confront you about the B word?
I don't use the B word.
You don't
I
use
told
the
you
B
you can be an asshole, but you can't be mean.
No, what I'm saying is, like, let's say you connect with them
In
via,
conversations,
like, via
so
YouTube.
you gotta understand when I use the B word. Normally when I use the B word, it's in general. I never assert it to an individual.
Yeah, you ain't talking to nobody when you say it.
Yeah. It's in
Oh,
general.
yeah. I'm saying they'll be like, yo, why you say bitch so much?
That's why I was raised, nigga. Like, fuck, what? I'm just gotta file them out. My bad. You want me to work on that? I promise you, it might not change, but I'll try for you.
Yeah, even like, because Callie will say like nigga, bitch, you know.
Yeah.
And it is what it is.
Yeah, I caused this whole uproar because I called my husband. I was like, my nigga. Hey, yo, nigga, you don't even have no respect for him. You call him your nigga? That's your husband. I'm like, nigga.
I think I remember that.
Don't ever say bruh either. Do not say bruh. They don't like bruh.
Bruh. That's how would you say that? That's my bruh. What would you say? How you say it?
No, like they say something funny, you be like, bruh. They don't like that response.
Yeah, I don't know if I.
You too comfortable. You got a little too comfortable. You thought we was friends.
I guess I can kind of see that shit. All right, let me see. I read this one. Aaron with the $5 says, example, if I say I'm staying in today and you want to go out, but I say I'm staying in, do you want to come over? You get hit. I didn't manipulate you. But you don't. But you do want to come over. You get hit. I think he's saying sex. Aaron with the $2 says, women, worst relationship style, going with the flow. Darius with the $5 says, can't we assume the expectations would just further? Joel with the $5 says, but people aren't interested in building together anymore. So how is anyone that is not perfect supposed to get together, regardless of age?
What?
Well, I think you can't disregard age, Joel. I think people may be more interested in getting out the mud together because oftentimes that's the point of contention. But Curtis with the $5 says, dating is hard because people don't have a value system down. They don't know what they believe in and why they believe it. I think I can agree to that. John with the $10 says, average men do make impact. Average men keep your car running. Average men keep your roads paved. Average men stock your shelves at the grocery store. Oh, if they stopped, your world would stop. I think she was talking about more so like social impact.
Philanthropic efforts.
Yeah, philanthropy. Smitty with the 20 ball says the $2. Sorry, says the quality of the landscape determines the value. Fair. Oh shit! Congo salute my G with the 20 ball. Said thank you, Hint. Jay, stay you, don't waver.
Shit like that.
He just saying salute to you, Jay, for standing your ground. Darius with the $5 says, do you think a man's drive for sex is the direct opposite of hypergamy, ladies and DJ? Direct opposite of hypergamy?
His drive for sex is direct
I don't get all these SAT words. You have to dumb that one down for me.
Which word is the
hypergamy?
This ain't fucking calculus, man.
Do you think a man's drive for sex is direct opposite of hypergamy, ladies? No, I don't think so. Little podcast with the $5 said Beam's just in the back too, but he ain't came up. With the $5 says there is a guy claiming to be HI. He says there is no heaven. He says the only heaven is a futuristic place that will be physically on Earth.
That ain't got nothing to do.
keep getting a popping sound. Caesar's Palace with the $5 says, ladies, if women can have a whole phase and be side chicks when they want, what's the problem with married men stepping out sometimes? Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, I can hear the
Yeah.
That's Lauren shit.
Who said they can do it when they want? There's an expiration date on that.
What's up?
Just like there's an expiration date for me on when men can be go through their whole phase. The expiration date should probably be around when you're 25 years old.
Oh well.
Or you can just wait. You can just wait and then just pick up the leftovers.
You, as a woman, you can do it whenever you want. It's just without consequence. No, you can't. But if you're ready for the consequences and shit, then yeah, you can do whatever whenever you want to.
That's what I mean. I mean, I'm talking like consequences already come with it. So yeah, that shit has an expiration.
Wait, what y'all talking about?
Hold on, let me read this. Curtis with the $10 says, women don't love monogamy as much as they say they do. They cheat with men they know are in a relationship, i.e., going after married men, their best friend's man.
That's not your best friend if you're going after her. Jeez. Do y'all have any real friends? Like, do y'all know what real friends are? Because real friends don't go after their nigga husband. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, that shit is wild. All right.
Bless their heart. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. If they exist, bless their heart. It is what it is.
Now, what was the rest of the question?
I don't know. I just know how niggas are ready to get a woman when that bitch choosing, bro. It's just that simple.
I remember the rest now. Okay, more often than not, when a chick is going after a married nigga, she trying to square because she don't like that bitch. It ain't got nothing to do with that nigga, really, like that. Nah, that's just competition but amongst another bitch.
Well, in that situation, yeah. What you talking about right now, yeah.
Yeah, you don't like that nigga. You just trying to see if that nigga gonna stick his penis somewhere else. You don't like that nigga. You trying to knock him off his square.
That was the last super chat.
Yeah, that was the last super chat.
You ain't gonna say some best friend shit like
Maybe I'll answer this question tomorrow. This was an interesting conversation.
The monogamy
you had a pretty decent show tonight, bro.
Part.
Yeah, they were just getting stuck a lot.
The truth ain't pretty.
What's the truth?
It's not attractive to say.
What's not attractive? Wait, what's the truth? What was the truth in
What
tonight?
you want out of life doesn't necessarily mean you deserve it. That's the truth.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that.
What you want, you may not always get, and you ultimately may have to fucking settle. Because people ain't willing to do what it takes to get what they truly want. That's a good stuff.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Man, this is a hard thing, man. Even with Granny's articulating, I hate that shit. But that doesn't mean he's wrong. I just hate it. That mentality is, I mean,
the shallowness.
No, it's just that the women seemingly control all of that shit.
We do.
Why? I don't think so.
We do, though.
I I guess I gotta look at it and how it manifests because I guess I don't know because it just it doesn't come across that way because women want sex too. It's been proven based on
Well, that's
the
why I
numbers.
said like earlier, even with the you doing an unconventional relationship archetype, I even said, well, girl, if you want to sign up for that, that's up to you because you control that. Women control that part. What you want to deal with and what you don't want to deal with.
Nah, but kinda. But here's the thing.
No, that's
From what
100%.
I've seen, um, um, women from what I've seen, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all know probably talk to more women than I do. Well, in terms of like what happens in relationships, but women generally don't leave upon the first like infidelity. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because she chose to stay and stick it out.
But
How
that's
is
what
he
I'm saying.
controlling that situation?
She's not in control of it, right? Essentially, if the infidelity ensues and she stays, who's in control?
If he wants to keep his family together, then she is in control because she could leave and break up what they got.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they'll stay if it's like a legitimate. I hate to even
If they're not
use the word.
embarrassed, they'll stay.
I was gonna say mistake, but you don't accidentally slip on a banana peel and end up in pussy. But
Yeah.
just for lack of a better word, if it's genuinely a mistake, then she'll probably forgive it. But ain't gonna be no more mistakes. You know what I'm saying?
But Callie, that's crazy to like to tell a human, no, don't make that mistake. Don't fuck up. Even though you've shown that you could fuck up in that way, don't fuck up again. You should at that point you should expect him to fuck up again if he's not making the necessary changes.
Well,
So at that
yeah, I
point,
mean,
what do you do? Like, what the fuck do you do at that point? You just gotta sit there and accept it, or walk the fuck away. Take your chances.
yeah, if it was, I can't even honestly say that I let one go because there's so many different steps that you have to take in order to do that shit in the first place. But I know for people who stay, they usually get one. The second one is like, nigga, and then they out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Kelly, I think that's a fair assessment. That's the one thing that I want to dispel a little bit more with men walking around. And I said this before, like with a deficit mindset. I'm not saying that's what Granny's articulating. That's seemingly what I hear a lot of the times.
That's seemingly what you hear, Hamp, because I'm gonna just give it to you straight. Niggas don't live your life. There's only a select few. There are only a select few of men who get to choose. There's only a select few, bro. Niggas don't really get to choose these bitches out here. These bitches be choosing them. Now, once you pass a certain threshold, like you as a man, yes, that ain't for every nigga though. That's why every nigga that you had on that panel the other day saying they alpha, that bullshit, cap. That's cap.
Yeah, that was different, man. That's why I had to kick myself off. Cause I'm like, man, everybody's a sigma, everybody's an alpha. Nobody's an alpha, nobody's a sigma. If that's the case.
Do you remember who called themselves an alpha?
It don't really matter at this point. The whole
No, it matters to me. Hush, 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 hush. Do you remember him?
Don't do that. Don't do it.
Me, red pill,
Red Pill Ranger.
Me, Red Pill, Lamar Black, and there's one in the corner that I'm not seeing. CJ, and then the Sigmas were Angry Man, Big Aaron, Mr. Fantastic, Into the Black Dragon, and then the Delta was Leon.
Could y'all at least hide it on y'all face?
Period.
Callie,
Big
hide it.
Aaron,
Hide it.
Big
Please hide
Aaron,
it.
I can
Hide
understand
it,
him
Callie.
being a Sigma. I can definitely understand that. That
Oh my
probably
God.
makes sense. But
You
yeah,
say
everybody else, yeah, great.
You had 5 betas
so-
on that panel, 2 sigmas, and 2 alphas.
Well, and the reason my characterization is because those things that people don't like to highlight, like stubbornness, pushing back, not taking too well to like authority, not taking handouts or letting people help you, which causes your path to take a lot longer or to look like Candyland as opposed to Monopoly. Like if I set my mind to something, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
But things can be what's the word? Not put in danger, but be risks in that process. But that's what I set my mind to, you know?
Yeah.
So it has a lot of drawbacks with that type of attitude. Like my mom said, I never had no idea that wasn't mine. And I think I could be further if I allow people to help me more, but I don't be trusting they're gonna get it right. They're gonna get it done, right? Which you need people, So those are like my kind of main reasons, So and I think some of the positive stuff too, right? Like I think I have natural leadership qualities and I try my best to insert them where necessary, but it's all of it. You got to accept all of it, not just the shit we think is cool, So
Yeah. Just like if I had to place me in something, I'll probably be a beta. I'm more passive, joking, lighthearted, caring, tentative, and I like to work in a group. And I don't have problems working alongside people. And I don't have to be in a leadership role. But I can bring value.
Yeah.
According to them, betas are just crybabies who cry all the time.
Well, they can believe whatever they want. That's on them. But I know what I am.
I can see that.
That's a bet.
I can see that. Granny.
Now, if you wanted to battle between, was it Delta and Beta? Toss it up. But I don't have that drive to actually be a forefront cornerstone of the knowledge, the grit, and the wherewithal to actually push to better the group. I'll do it because I know it needs to be done. But that's not my main goal. My main goal is to have fun, keep the cohesiveness of the group.
Yeah,
Have a
I
good
think
time.
the beta would make more sense than the delta because I don't see all that. Like now, you're disciplined in terms of your work and things of that nature, but you're not overly structured. That would hamper your personality.
Right.
So that would make more sense. That would make more sense. And from our relationship, you selfless in terms of you willing to do whatever, help, et cetera, with the exception of when you were my bodyguard and I couldn't find you.
Hey, bro. Look, you got all these alphas around you, Amp. You'll be okay.
Damn, man.
Yeah, I just don't like that. They say beta's not a bad thing, and then sit there and just dump all the bad qualities or bad things into beta. I don't like that. don't like
Yeah, I
that
think
shit.
the Omega was probably the most negative, I would say. And the chart I was using was trying to paint them all in a positive light. So I
Didn't they
picked
say
that.
like Omega was like a Pookie or something like that? Was that
Nah,
the person I was
Omega's
getting?
like recluse, unsure,
Ah,
um,
okay.
yeah, pessimistic view, like that type. You know, do you ever watch the movie like when Jeffrey Dahmer was growing up? You ever seen that one where he was like a kid?
Mm-mm.
Well, I think it does a good job of kind of painting that what that stereotypical Omega would be. Um, so, but it's just interesting overall, man. Like, yeah, everybody's an alpha, man. Everybody's a sigma.
Everybody's a 10, help.
That's a fact, though.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
I'm
like that.
surprised only Granville came up.
It's late. It's not even that long. We usually be longer than this.
Yeah.
Mm.
Them niggas tired and we didn't call them gay, so they weren't trying to come up.
We didn't
Yeah,
call
that was
nobody
good.
gay. We didn't call
Now you're just being an
nobody a
asshole.
piece of shit. No, they usually have the pushback when we like really go in. So
Well, I think we were walking through it, you know, even when I'm kind of like pushing back on the Nate story, but I think you guys saw it differently, so we have to assess it. I think maybe Callie and I kind of didn't see it the same way, or maybe did Callie go over to that side? I think you started to understand it. But I was just trying to understand, like, damn, what the nigga do wrong? But if you seeing those as tactics, um, you know,
Yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong.
hmm
don't that's all there. Hmm?
and he said, Jay, women don't settle; it's all they can get. So when women saying they're settling, the truth is the man that they got with is the only type of man they really had access to.
No, I don't agree with that, but
Yeah, essentially, settling would be like lower than the options you have. But if those are all the only options you have, that ain't settling. That's you.
Right.
You know? Interesting. Damn, man.
All these niggas are the best.
I agree.
men are amazing. Women are the problem.
Yada yada yada. Rinse and
The
repeat.
show could have been done in like 10 seconds if we would have started with that.
We went with that.
Right.
The outro.
Damn. Y'all listen to me. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel most. Go ahead, Jay. What'd you say?
I didn't say nothing.
Nah, you got any final thoughts?
Great show. This was great. Didn't think it was gonna go like this, but good nonetheless. I really hope you touch on that what we were talking about earlier at some point.
Which one was it?
The unconventional relationships and shit.
Relationships. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have much planned for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Well, you said you were gonna touch on what Beans was talking about that had nothing to do with anything today.
Oh yeah, if I was gonna do a Bible thing, I just be
Bible study.
tired, so I gotta put that together. It takes me a little while, but yeah, I don't think he's still here. But he was saying HI was like Hebrew Israelite. So what the message said was, yeah. So heaven and hell is we don't actually believe in that. Earth is to be heaven, and this is where we're gonna reside. So when he put that up there, I pretty much agree with it. So, Callie, any final thoughts?
It was fun. It was great. We actually had a conversation. It was no hollering.
We can disagree without being disrespectful. It's all good.
Yeah, it's a fact though. Granny, any final thoughts?
Not really. Good show.
Indeed.
And maybe more alphas should come on the panel next time.
Oh, they in the chat talking shit. But
that wasn't for
No,
you to say.
alphas would hit
Don't
the
be petty.
panel because
Don't be petty.
they
Don't be petty. Don't ride the
oh,
petty
it's
train.
too
I
late.
said,
It's too
don't
late.
ride the petty train.
petty wop.
One eye. 1738.
Do my petty wop eye.
Listen, man. I'll get y'all tickets, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a great weekend. And then you just come down, man. It's gonna be cool, especially if you live Dallas or wherever the case is. Let's get it popping, man. It's gonna be dope. We're gonna have a ball. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Can we go visit Bitter, Texas?
Who?
Bitter,
What?
Texas.
Why do you want to?
No.
As a group.
No.
Why do you want to go there?
What is it?
Don't worry about it.
The
So
sundown?
Dallas is closer to Houston than San Antonio is.
Granville.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're in South Houston, you can get to Galveston in 10 minutes.
No.
Southwest? I mean southeast. Southeast, I mean. I guess there are little towns like between.
Yeah,
but it take me an hour and 20 minutes to get to Galveston.
Yeah, it would take me like 51 minutes. And I'm in Southeast. So
you finna make me go pull out my atlas.
So the fight
listen to me. I've lived here my whole life. Just listen to me.
So the fight from Houston proper, if you're on the north side, it'd be about 30 minutes. If you're at the Galleria, it'd be about 40 minutes, 45. But it's still good to stay in Houston because we'll be in Houston for the other festivities and shit like that. But the fight, we could put together a great fight card. We'll have other matches up there just to make it a full fight card. So you guys can see, not to say the brothers won't be good boxing, but you'll see people who train a little bit more outside of just, 3 months for YouTube. So I think it's going to be dope as hell. So get a ticket, man. We'll see you at the bowling. We'll see you at the fight. We'll see you at the party. We'll be kicking it. I think it'll be dope. It's going to be dope for sure. So.
Yeah, if I can make it, that's why I asked you when the live show was or whatever on Friday.
Yeah, try to come Friday. And then Rilla coming, he looking for a dance battle.
Oh, you're gonna be doing backflips and shit in person?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I did not know. I did not know he got down like that.
Oh yeah.
Cammy, I guess him and Arnold had an argument, and they said set it up, so it's set up.
Wait, Arnold
Allen.
Mm-hmm. Right, but we don't know what Cammy Daddy was like.
Well, how much have I missed? I've only been gone for 4 days.
No, they've been set up for 2.5 weeks. Cammy Dad,
I really haven't been paying attention.
A little taller than me. He young, seem active. Look decently fit. So, because they came to the fight.
Is there a way to
Southeast Houston?
Rent a popcorn machine? Can we get one of those?
Yeah, so we already got. There's gonna be a barbecue food truck out there.
Oh yeah. This is about to be the most entertaining shit I've seen in this whole year. So
at the fight, it's gonna be a roast coach at the fight. It's gonna be a roast coach at the fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Food trucks are huge out here. So we went to.
Oh, we got hell food trucks.
Yeah, we went with the
love me a good food truck.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can't beat the roast coach.
Yeah, the food will be good. And I picked barbecue just because people coming from out of town, Texas barbecue is pretty good. And a lot of times that stuff is not pre-prepared, but when you smoke and stuff, you got to do it the night before, so the food comes out a little quicker too.
Wait, y'all barbecue, whatever. Y'all do y'all do that dry stuff or do y'all
Dry.
put like
Dry. Expect it to be dry, and we put barbecue sauce on the side.
You know, put barbecue also on the side because people like to
on the
taste it.
side?
People like
Mhm.
to taste the food. Like the sauce is not what makes the food. Well, at least it shouldn't. You know, anybody who come from a house where they use a lot of sauce, somebody can't cook in that motherfucker. That's for sure. You
But
know,
I,
so
I
Got
swear to
hooked
God,
on the
Kelly, it's
sauce.
good. It's good. I get, it's not marinating in barbecue sauce and shit, but it's good. It is.
yeah, you like it.
Yeah, I done
Yeah.
got spoiled by barbecue sauce.
No, it's barbecue sauce out here for sure, but it's just not the main thing. You don't slather it like you taste the
Yeah,
food
you gotta
first, then
like
put the barbecue.
Isn't that what Memphis
dip it
does?
on the side.
They slather it, right?
I think
Yeah.
they smother it, yeah. And also the reason why I like this barbecue because a lot of it is beef based. Like beef, there's a lot of beef options. Up in like North Carolina, it's majority like pork options. Just based on the barbecue, what they had in terms of cattle and shit like that. So
Yeah, love me a good pork rib.
you better stop it.
He gonna kick you off.
Damn, man. All right, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow evening. Y'all be safe and do the right thing. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. It's a great show. Definitely continue to mine out stuff like this. It's interesting in different relationship dynamics and etc. So we'll definitely get into that next go round. Dope show today. Salute to Sherelle. Salute to everybody who came up. That was a dope conversation. If you missed it, for sure, a lot of gems were dropped. Whether or not you disagree with people, just how people were saying things was dope as hell. The breakdowns and shit. So salute, man. Y'all be safe. Do the right thing. I'll see y'all tomorrow evening. Like, share, subscribe, get your tickets. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.